John Hamilton in position 7 at the end of the dais. So welcome, John, for your first meeting. All right, so we will start with public comment. Given that we have 1 hour and a lot to get through, I'd like to try limiting public comment to 10 minutes. So we'll see if that works. If you have a public comment, if you want to just line up, we'll just take turns. We don't have a sign-up sheet for this evening. So if you are joining us virtually and wish to make a public comment, please raise your virtual hand by dialing *3. Or if you're by phone and if you're in the WebEx, just hit the raise your hand button at the bottom. For public commenters, please state your name and whether or not you're a resident of the city or the county, since it's a county meeting too. We don't need your address, and you'll have 3 minutes. And if you're in council chambers, the lights will keep track for you. So go ahead.
Good evening, Ed Bowen, a county citizen from the far west end. And I do experience over my lifetime what it means to not be prepared for an emergency. So my advocacy tonight is in regards of let's get it done. I think the last time I attended one of these meetings, I don't know if you've had one in between, but I noticed there was a lot of conversation about signage on doors and stuff. I'm more about let's get where the tires hit the road and let's get this done. So jointly from the county and the city's perspective, I'm begging you, let's not have an event. Let's be prepared now. Let's get busy and get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next step.
Hi, John Ralston, City Port Angeles resident. I expect that I'll be the only person speaking here tonight, proudly speaking, not in support of these two construction projects as presented. I've clearly stated in my emails and City Council previously, I certainly support the 911 system and the emergency operations system. I'm a little bit unprepared because I didn't believe there was going to, didn't know that there was going to be public comment tonight. The original agenda set out by the city did not state that there was, so I apologize. In my email, I talked about a number of items. I'm expressing concerns about the process. The county chose to purchase real estate, and there were 3 sites that they considered to use, and for some reason they didn't. I suggested in my email and previously stated that I believe Shane Park would be an excellent location for this facility. Recently, I learned that city owns 16 acres just north of the fairgrounds, and been a great site. All the utilities are there, don't have to buy the property, and it'd be a good site. As far as the 911 center goes, I don't think they need to be located way out there. They could be located right across the street where this garden is. Wouldn't that be nice to walk back and forth and have closer contact? And if not there, then how about over at Shane Park again? The tennis courts there are about 15,000 square feet. There's already parking. All the utilities are there. I'm hoping all of you read my email. I expect that the vote is going to be 7-0 here and 3-0 at the county. You're done voting, or when it comes for a vote, I don't need any explanations as to why you're going to vote in favor of it. I anticipate a yes vote. But I also anticipate you to be conscious of how you're spending money. Does anybody here know the exact square footage of the emergency center in the courthouse? When I work with the administrator, we paced it off and measured parts of it and came up with an educated guess. Do any of you know the square footage of the 911 center and what they're proposing to build? Please take a time out and reconsider spending $20 million or more. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Anyone else wish to make a comment? I do not have any hands online. Okay, then we will go ahead and move on the agenda. We don't have roll call on here. We don't usually do a roll call for a special meeting, but I will just note for anyone who's listening that Commissioner Johnson is not with us this evening. And I will go ahead and turn it over to City Manager West. Thank you.
So Commissioners and Council, thank you very much for being here for this important presentation this evening. Since May 20th, city and county teams have made a great deal of progress since the 60% design that was presented to you back in May. In addition, the City Council packet on page A2 has detailed information relative to some of the background on this project, as well as the funding details and a link to the design for the project. So tonight we're here to see a presentation on the 90% design documents, as well as to seek approval of a design and construction agreement for the joint public safety facility. I want to thank the diligence of the county and city teams working together in concert to get us to this major milestone in the project. And I think it's really important that we take the time to think about the review and the work and effort that has gone into the design along the way, as well as the great work that has been done to bring the city and county teams together in the success of this project. So I'm greatly appreciative of that. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Todd Milkey, our county administrator, to lead us through the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and county commissioners. To start off with, I do want to introduce a couple of people to you, and some faces have changed. I've been with this project relatively short period of time, only about 2 years. There is a long history on this project prior to my arrival in this county. Many of you know that the lead for OAC since the beginning of this project was a person named John Rupp. John has moved on to another chapter in his life. And so I want to introduce to you two people today with OAC that are going to continue with the process that we've had to date. First of all, Todd Thiel is a principal in OAC. And so he's an architect, lives not far away down in Bainbridge. And so you'll hear from him this evening. He will present part of our update. The other person that we are going to see a lot of, who is also not that far away down in Paulsbo, is Mike Green. And so what I would like to do is make sure that everybody sees him, can put a face with a name. I will tell you that he has just come off a project that he orchestrated. I'm going to get the title wrong. Thermo Energy Facility Center that he built for the Microsoft campus. That work ultimately earned a first place national award for its creativity and design expertise. So that's who we have on the team, and want to make sure that you are aware of who we have going forward. I want to jump into the presentation really quick. As Nathan mentioned, we're hoping to accomplish essentially two things this evening. One is to give you an update of where the project is to date and kind of the items that have been accomplished. And then we will transition to a conversation about the construction document. You will recall that we have been in what we call Phase 2B for quite some time, which is really the design phase of the project. We are wrapping that segment of this project up and getting ready to transition into construction. And what that means is we needed to update our agreement between the city and the county for how we will proceed on that. And part of that, I will say, is we've had some ability since Scott arrived to really fine tune that process. And I think everybody that's been close to this project believes that we have a really well functioning team and process at this point for continuing progress on this project. I'm going to switch over to the slide presentation to give you an overview. So first of all, this has not changed, and this is really the project objective. And really it's, we have to think about a combined joint public safety facility. It co-locates emergency communications in the name of PENCOM with emergency management run by the Sheriff's Office. And so this building is really a facility that is absolutely critical to be operational should there be any disaster in the area. This is the facility that coordinates the response and how we respond to the citizens of the region. And so the one thing I will say in coming together from a city-county perspective is I believe all of us have a fiduciary responsibility to our constituents. And in this case, both entities, emergency management as well as PENCOM, were in desperate need of an upgrade of their space, not just from square footage space basis, but also certainly from an emergency management. I recognize that in a significant seismic event, the courthouse is not supposed to survive or not expected to. And the emergency management operation is located in the basement of a building that is probably not going to score high on resiliency. So absolutely critical that we move forward. But I think what's really important is we would normally go forward and build two separate facilities with a lot of duplication and effort, and probably not the most efficient way of spending taxpayer money. By coming together and doing this jointly, I believe that we are making a responsible move forward. This facility, as I mentioned, is supposed to be highly resilient. It will incorporate redundant infrastructure to the greatest extent practical. And I think we're online to complete it as soon as possible at the lowest possible cost. So our presentation overview for tonight, before we switch into a discussion on the construction document, the agreement, is certainly to talk about where we left off in the May meeting that we held at the 60% design threshold. We are also going to update you on the budget assumptions that we had previously. We're going to, I should say, Todd Thiel is going to give you a presentation of kind of the look and feel of the building, including finishes. We're going to talk about next steps and then the estimated timeline for going forward. Two screens. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this one. I am going to apologize for the size of the font. But really, this is kind of an overview of the financial aspects of this. And I will just say that nothing has really moved since May, except that we have a higher level of confidence in the numbers that we have. And so you'll recall that we went out and we asked everybody that was going to be a user what they thought needed to be incorporated in the building. We did not really have anyone identified to kind of veto ideas as they came forward, so everything got incorporated. I use this analogy. This is like giving a child a Toys R Us catalog and then asking them a week later what they want for Christmas. The list is much bigger than we expect. And of course, when we met last August, this project had ballooned to roughly $30 million in cost estimate, and that absolutely was not acceptable. I think was a shock to everyone. And so this joint Board of Elected Officials directed staff to go back and re-envision the project, hoping to get it down, basically shave a third off of it. And anytime we're talking about an essential facility, shaving a third off is a big task. But we took that seriously. And so we came back, the design team came back in January of this year at 30% design level and estimated a cost of approximately $21 million. We then went from January through May when we presented, so really through the end of the first quarter. At that point, we were at 60% design, and we refined more numbers. And at that point, it was looking more like 20.6 million at that time. Since May, we have gone from 60% design to 90% design at the beginning of August. The one thing I will say is we had been estimating our soft costs. And so we did bring on another consultant to specifically look at soft costs and refine those. And so we've gone from 20.6 to 21.5, just slightly under 21.5. So again, much higher level of confidence in the numbers. At 90%, we were able to submit a permit package to Department of Community Development for their review. We have been receiving comments I would say that we're probably at 98% design now. We're just waiting for our last couple of comments on a couple of the features. Once we incorporate those, we will be at 100% design. And so we are essentially ready to go out for bid and try to go into the market. So that's the cost side of this project. To remind you about the revenue side of the project. From earlier phases, primarily and specifically phase 2, because there was some money spent in phase 2A, but for phase 2B, both the city and the county committed $1 million each to go through the design phase. And we're on target. We're actually a little bit underspent with regard to that phase, but for the most part, that first line has been expended and we've accomplished what we needed to accomplish. From there, our funding sources include a FEMA grant for just under $3 million, a commerce grant from the 21-23 biennium that's still out there at $1.65 million, another commerce grant from the 23-25 biennium at $5.7 million. Together, we agreed, City County, to tap our emergency or E911 reserve account to the tune of $2 million to again bring down the cost. The last time we had met, we actually made this commitment back in August of last year and reaffirmed it at the May meeting, which was both the city and the county were going to commit $3 million towards this project. That's our skin in the game. And I think that's a question that we frequently get asked from the state and from the feds when we're going after grants is, what do you have in it? And then the last one is we went back to the legislature and asked for additional money in the most recent legislative session. We were awarded $2 million once they take off the indirect costs, the Department of Commerce. We think that's going to be about 1.9. It might be slightly higher than 1.9 million. And so that brings in a total revenue package of 22.2 million for the revenue side. So what you see is an estimated cost of 21.49 against revenues that are about 700,000 higher than that. But I want to emphasize to you that there are several layers of contingency and reserve in the 21.49 million. And so if you're going to look at the project overall, we think that there is slightly more than about $2 million in contingency and reserve to meet anything unanticipated. So we believe we have an adequate cushion to be able to meet that. Going to the next slide. Again, just added items that we have covered since we last met in May. We have confirmed that this is a LEED Silver project and are working to make sure that we check all those boxes and meet the conditions that are associated with that. That is a condition of the Commerce grants, is that this project be LEED Silver. The FEMA grant is the one that had a deadline that was coming soonest. And so you may recall from our previous discussion that the FEMA grant was designated for kind of the tail end of construction, and it's a reimbursement grant. So until we complete it, we can't submit for reimbursement. We went to work on changing the scope of that project, of this grant, excuse me, to move the money to the front end of the project so that there's more cushion in making sure that we accomplish what we need to accomplish well before the deadline. And in talking with FEMA, they said, there are two things you need to do, but you can't do them at the same time. One, change the scope of the grant. The second one is you can seek an extension. So we have accomplished the change of scope. We have moved the money from the tail end of the project to the front end of the project. And we are now in process of seeking an extension, which just gives us a little bit more breathing room should we encounter anything that's unanticipated, whether it's something Mother Nature throws at us and we get shut down for part of the winter and can't proceed, or anything else that cannot be foreseen at this time. The one thing, and we'll talk a little bit more about it during the discussion on the construction grant is, we certainly recognize that right now there's a little bit of uncertainty with regard to federal funding. We certainly don't want to stop the project if there's a hiccup, a pause, or anything like that. And so you'll see that we're proposing that both sides just say, we'll backfill it if we have to. We'll backfill it to keep the project going, because once we break ground, we're committed. And certainly it's in no one's interest to start a project and leave it unfinished. I don't think that's a great brand to work under. Again, I've already covered the notion that we have gone from 60% to 90%, and we're beyond that now. And I've already covered the notion that we have submitted the building permit packet, and we're in the final stages and anticipate the issuance of a permit in very, very soon. The other thing that I would say is we have talked about redundancy built through this. You know, we want redundancy in water systems and sewer systems and electrical systems. And so part of the issue with regard to the sewer redundancy is not only does this facility have a septic system, but we have also been working diligently to make sure that utilizing opportunity fund money to be able to contribute towards expansion of the A Street wastewater project. And so that is well underway. So we do think that in a relatively short period of time, we will be able to complete the redundancy on the sewer septic side of this project. And then the last thing, this is one of the items that we are waiting from DCD on, is we have submitted the stormwater plan with the permit application, and that's one of the last things that we're waiting for public comment. We do not anticipate any concerns with that. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Todd Thiel for the presentation. And if you just say next slide, I can handle that.
Thank you, Todd. And thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, Council members for having us here. Having a little bit of a flashback to 2018 when we were in the same room interviewing for the study of this project. So it's been a long haul, but very excited to be here. As Todd mentioned, I'm an architect of 30 years working for OAC. Michael Marcus, who's the design architect from HEA, Henneberry Eddy Architect, could not be here tonight, so I'm the stand-in. So I'll apologize up front for that. We do have Danae from HEA on call to answer any other questions, and Mike, as was introduced, is also here tonight. So as Todd was saying, there have been very few, there have been refinements since May, but no real changes. We've gone through final material selection, met with stakeholders, but we've refined and remained on budget. And that's the good part of a project that we've been working on for so long. We know the program, we know the stakeholders. So when we have a challenge, we're able to get back and really boil it down to the essentials and concentrate and make an efficient and durable building that I know I'm proud of, and I think it's going to be a great asset to the community. Next slide. I think you're familiar with the plan before. So the plan is a really simple, elegant plan to house these two units. And it's what I call it's a bracketed barbell plan. So we have the two main spaces on the end connected by a shared core, kind of between these two brackets that kind of explain the strength and durability of the building. Again, it's a unity of support for the community that we'll now walk through. So next slide. So this is the spine or the connector between the two spaces. And this is really meant to be an open, light-filled space that Michael refers to as a walk in the woods. Because of the security requirements of the project, we don't have a lot of windows on the outside, but we get a lot of light through the sun, through the sky. So walking through this space, you've got natural materials, natural wood, a lot of light, and it's really meant as a place to support the people that work in this building. Many of the people that are working here will be under levels of stress that I hope to never achieve. But this is a way to get back and to have a restorative space away from your station, maybe talk with other people that are with similar experiences and just kind of refresh from where you are. Next slide. We have the EOC, and as we know, these can be intense spaces. And to counter that, we have a large space with abundant light, natural wood, natural tones, clear sight lines, and just a very solid, clean space to provide the support needed in these situations. Next slide. Similarly, FinCom is very similar. Wide open space, natural colors, quiet space. And what I would like to point out on both of these spaces, part of the condensing of the program is you won't see any internal corridors on this project. It's really two big spaces connected by this spine. And where we would have a corridor, it opens up into this space. So it's an inward-looking space that's wrapped with offices. Those offices have some windows, but it really just gets rid of the redundancy of blank corridors and makes a much more functional and team-building space. So the next slide. Also off the spine are some shared use spaces. This is the classroom, a space that we're looking at now, and it's meant to be a flexible space. A lot of the spine is very flexible for people to use singularly in groups, and also just another amenity for both programs in the building. And then the final slide is the exterior, which I think we've seen before. So it's durable, low maintenance material, and really reflective of what's going on inside. The brackets, the brick brackets that I talked about, the sheltering roof that becomes the walls, and the deep punch windows that allow some light in, some view out, but kind of attest to the strength of this building. I think, again, with a little natural wood at the entrance to welcome and kind of foreshadow the use of the wood inside. Thank you.
And so when we talk about next steps, for the month of August, what we've been working on is solidifying the soft cost estimates. That's been completed. I think I've already covered the 90% design quite well. Like I said, that's completed. So we're now transitioning from 90 to 100%. As we look forward into finishing out September, we have been working on bid documents and putting together the bid packet. So we just have a little bit of fine tuning left on that. And then we're ready to move forward. So what this will do then is, what do we have left to accomplish? The execution of the construction agreement between the city and the county. And really what that construction agreement does is it provides authority to staff for moving forward. It is our commitment to go, and to proceed. And so it does provide the authority for staff. And I'm going to my caveat in all of this is consistent with the construction documents and within the project budget. It provides authority to staff to proceed with construction of the facility. And that includes the selection of the project management. It includes the authority to release the bid documents, to accept bids, and to award a contract to a general contractor. It reconfirms commitments to funding. And then it also provides authority for us to engage with any other consultants or contractors necessary for the completion of the project.
Thank you, Todd. So with that said, our timeline going forward with the council and commission's support this evening to essentially move forward with the project. We expect to be finalizing our bid-ready construction documents over the next 1 to 2 weeks, and then basically being prepared to release an invitation to bid. We expect to be out on the street approximately 4 weeks for that process, and then we would be evaluating those bids and ultimately awarding a construction contract that could be taking place as early as late October. And then moving into November, assuming everything goes as planned, we would potentially be asking you guys to come back for a groundbreaking at the site once we have our contractor locked in place and we can understand the folks that we're going to be moving forward with. With that said, and again, there's some of this is really up to the contractor on how fast they start and how much work they actually start coming into the fall. But we do anticipate some work being able to take place here between the holidays and our what we call pre-construction, which is basically going through the submittal process on the project, approving submittals is what we call pre-construction, that taking place up through March of 2026. And then really from there on, the project, we're in full-blown construction at that point with the final ribbon cutting anticipated for April of 2027. I did. I mentioned about, we will get back to, there will be some input from the contractor on an actual day for a groundbreaking ceremony, but we will report back to with what that's looking like. And it could be as early as November and potentially could be between the holidays, but we will report back to select that date. Thank you.
So in conclusion, before turning over to questions and transitioning into maybe the construction agreement, is I would just say that with the design team, we believe that the environment right now is wonderful for going out for bid. We think the timing's right. We think that there is a lot of hungry contractors that are eager to take a look at this project. I know that the design team has been receiving calls from contractors that are saying, hey, when are you guys going to go out for bid? We've been tracking this project for quite some time. So we're hoping and anticipating for a robust response and hopefully the ability to evaluate multiple proposals for this project. So at this point, Mayor, I'm not sure whether you want to just transition directly into a discussion about the construction agreement and do questions at the end for both, or if you want to take questions on the presentation first.
Let's pause really quickly and answer the presentation questions. So then, because adults are like, if you're focusing on the question you have waiting to be answered, you might not hear the next part. So I see Lindsay and Latricia. So Lindsay, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I had questions about ingress and egress from the secure parking lot, and just curious kind of which doors are assumed to be used by staff of different parts of the facility. And then also I remember others bringing up issues around the bathrooms, and it's 2025. Let's do single occupancy bathrooms. I don't think there's been a change in that since this was brought up at our last council meeting, our last checkpoint on this. So those are my questions.
And who's back? It looks like, can't see your name. Is that Danae?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. I didn't want to butt in because I'm online, but I can speak to that if you'd like, Todd.
Thank you.
So I guess to speak to the first part of that question about entrances from the parking lot for staff coming to the building. To the right of this plan, we have a secure parking lot that'll have a vehicle gate with access control for PennCom employees. And then there's a visitor parking to the north that other folks will use. And so if you can see, I don't know if anyone has a mouse who's presenting, but there's a door on the south of the plan at the bottom that is the PennCom vestibule, and that is where we're anticipating PennCom employees will be entering and exiting from the building, and there's a path directly to that secure parking lot. For the EOC, primarily folks will be coming through the main entrance, which is to the north of the plan. You can kind of see in that central corridor, there's two double doors. So that's that main entrance. So I want to pause there. Does that answer that part of the question?
Yeah, so if staff are parked in the secure parking lot for EOC, they would exit probably where they drove in and go out to the main door. And then it also looks like on the far left side of the building, bottom left, there's an entry or exit door into the main EOC floor. Yes, that's an exit only door. Both of these have exit only doors that are just code required, but there wouldn't be access control from the exterior. So we're anticipating that entrances would be coming through the main entrance. Okay, so both those exit only leave the secure fenced area in the back. Okay.
Yes.
I guess my question is EOC staff. I guess it's a question of how that gate works as to whether they leave the secure parking area and then walk around to the main door.
Yeah, there will also be a vehicle gate at the entrance to the site as well. So there's kind of two levels of security. Sorry, was somebody else trying to talk?
Yeah, I believe we're anticipating that the secure parking is primarily parking for PennCom employees where they're overnight. For emergency management, they would be in the main parking lot in the front of the building.
Yes, that's correct. And then to move on to your question about restrooms, we do have single occupant restrooms available there's kind of a central restroom core right off the main entrance, and that has 2 multi-user restrooms that are gendered, and then in the middle of that, it has a single occupant restroom. And then in PenCom, just to avoid them having to kind of badge in and out all the time, there's another single user restroom there as well.
We're ready to move on to Latricia.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not holding up a project over restrooms, but yeah, I do single occupancy restrooms all around and make the mechanical rooms smaller, but it's not my design.
Thanks, Lindsay. Latricia?
I was curious, looking at the layout, one of the things that maybe it was considered and maybe it was deemed that it wasn't necessary. I was just wondering, did we think about having at least one shower unit in there?
Yes, we did. And there is a shower in the single occupant restroom in between those 2 multi-user restrooms. There's a shower.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see the detail enough.
Yeah, it's a little small on the screen.
Yeah, I know. I saw the unisex restroom and stuff, and then the single occupancy restroom for the EOC. Oh, okay. Well, I was kind of more wondering if that would be something that would be on PenCom side. I don't know if PenCom staff are there enough that, you know, they'd have to then exit outside and then go into the central corridor and go in there and shower if they wanted to. So was there a reason why it was there, or EOC wasn't enough? There wouldn't be any use by EOC? I mean, 911 PenCom operators or anything?
So this area here is considered common area. So it's not dedicated to just EOC. So the single occupancy restroom with the shower is right off the common area.
Right, that's what I was saying. It was off the central corridor area.
And so both sides would have access to that if someone needed to shower.
Okay.
And then I know there's a single occupancy restroom right here that is in closer proximity to the PenCom floor. So like I said, if somebody needs a quick break without wandering too far.
Okay. Yeah, that was my question, mainly about the shower, but I think it's you're right, Todd. Getting the RFP out, you're going to get a lot of contractors, and that's good for the bid price too. And cross our fingers, not to jinx it or anything, but it's a great time to get it out because people are lining up their projects for 2026. All right, thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Latricia. Anyone else on this part of the presentation? All right, then let's move on to the management contract.
So council, your memorandum on page A2 does outline the details of the construction contract, as well as we have the construction contract attached to your packet this evening. We appreciate your patience on getting that out in the packet, but I'm very happy to say that we worked collectively on that agreement, and we believe it is a very successful agreement relative to recognizing the needs of both sides of the project, as well as ensuring that you've got fairness and equity throughout the project for both city and county and equal treatment. The agreement provides substantial authority predominantly to the project director, Todd Milkey, the county administrator, and to the project manager, Scott Curtin. And they both have very much equal roles relative to decision-making in the project. The director is extremely important relative to recognizing the county is stepping up to help going out to bid on this project and actually making it a county bid at the end of the day. But as far as decision-making, the two individuals to my right are ultimately the decision makers on this project and have been really working well together as a team. I think throughout you've seen anticipated decisions needed built into this particular agreement. And so I can share with you, council, the recommendation we have this evening is for council to approve the design and construction agreement for the Joint Public Safety Facility project and authorize the city manager to sign on behalf of the city, and authorize the city manager to sign all related documents, and authorize the city manager to administer the contract and make minor modifications as necessary.
All right. I don't hear a so moved, so I'll see if there ask if there are questions. Amy, go ahead.
So moved. Second.
All right. Thank you. Do you want to speak to your motion? Okay. I will say we have successfully done joint motions before. I think in this case, hopefully you're prepared to make a modified version of a similar motion for the commissioners. So if you'll allow us to defer and go with questions, we'll move forward on our part and then go to you guys. We can incorporate you in the questions, of course. Lindsay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to follow up. I apologize. I forget where we ended up on utility access and connections. I see there's a septic design. Are we also looking at sewer connection?
So what we anticipate in the design is to basically dual plumb the building and go ahead and run lines down to the right of way at Edgewood, which so then we'll be in a kind of a standing position while we continue to build out the A Street Basin project, wastewater project. And once that's built out, we should be able to connect and have redundancy.
Yeah, so it sounds like we do have sewer at that point, and we just need to increase the capacity in the A Street Basin before connecting a building of this size? Or am I misunderstanding?
So close. We would still have to extend some sewer to the area. And the A Street Basin project is addressing the capacity issues, so some of the size of the existing pipes. I also think it's worth noting that the county, through the Opportunity Fund, actually also supported that project to increase that capacity, which is very much appreciated. But yes, the intent would be Dry Creek Water is currently going to be able to. We went through that. They're able to provide the water. We will start with the septic system, and as the capacity comes online and we extend sewer, we'll be able to have normal working municipal sewer to the property as well.
Are there other questions from council? Go ahead, Lindsay.
Sorry, electricity, is it PUD or is it city?
This is the PUD service area. And so, so we'll have that. We will also have backup generation. I will say that part of scaling back this project, so we have the backup generator, we have what they refer to as the belly tank for fuel that we believe, depending on what intensity you're running the backup generator, should give us about 3 days of operations. Our goal in the original plan was to have a minimum of 7 days. So part of our bid additive in this bid package is to add a backup fuel tank for the backup generation, so that would provide enough on-site fuel for backup generation for at least 7 days.
All right. Any other questions? Okay.
One more thing on the
go ahead, Todd.
electricity is the project also anticipates, and this is one of those things that you kind of double plumb the building, so to speak. But the other redundancy that we anticipated for electricity was solar, and so we're anticipating adding that, being able to add it at a later time.
Thank you. Yep. Go ahead.
Oh, did you say with a battery backup for solar or not a battery backup on site?
I believe it's anticipated in the future. That was part of the scale back to bring the project back down into the projected target. And so the issue is, okay, well, can we incorporate in the design of the building the ability to add that without a major overhaul in the future? And so we have been thoughtful as we've gone forward.
Is that going to be a bid alternative?
That one is not, because I think that cost is higher. So we didn't feel that would be absorbed. Absolutely.
Can you use the microphone because we have people online?
So the project has the minimum code required
solar, and then the roof is built structurally to be able to receive more solar in the future.
All right. Other questions? Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. Council members, we had probably almost a 45-minute discussion at our meeting this morning since Commissioner Johnson was not going to be able to be here, just really focusing on the communication, information flow, and decision making. And I think through that conversation, the commissioners were reasonably reassured that from the county's perspective and from Todd's perspective, we've got the ability to effectively communicate and be adaptive as is necessary on a tight timeline. I just wanted to double check with representatives from the city to make sure that you also are confident that the agreement as it's written contains language sufficient to ensure that our communication can happen effectively, efficiently, and when decisions need to be made, that there's sufficient structure in place to ensure that both parties are going to be able to do that in a timely manner, and so that both elected bodies feel confident that their voices and interests are being heard.
Commissioner, absolutely. We very much believe that this agreement has been designed for efficiency and effectiveness and making rapid decision making, recognizing we are doing this jointly. So ultimately, the county is going to need to have immediate input from the city to ensure there are no delays that might result in costs along the way throughout this project. And Director Curtin may have additional details to add.
Thank you, Manager West. Yes, I really appreciate you asking that question, Commissioner, and I do. I fully agree. I think we're approaching the conclusion of the design phase. I've been very proud, actually, of the work that the team has done collectively, and not just the core group. I think the communications throughout the meetings have been very respectful, both sides, understanding that we still have to have communal areas and we still have to meet a budget. So I think the sheriff's office, the EOC, along with Carl's group in PENCOM, I'm proud of the work and the effort that we did to get to where we are today with the floor plan and the project that we have. I think we've been very effective to get to where we are today in the time that we have, and I have every confidence as we move forward. It's a complicated construction project. There's going to be issues. The agreement that you have before us tonight, it lays the groundwork for how those would be handled. I don't anticipate it being any different than how we've worked through the last year, to be honest with you. So I look forward to us coming back for a successful ribbon cutting and giving you guys a tour of a beautiful facility.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Mark.
Madam Mayor, there's one other element that I think is important in the communication piece. So I mean, that kind of speaks to the ability of the panel up here to be able to communicate with each other. I think it's also critical about how we talk about how we bring back communication to all of you. We've had a chance to talk about that. We believe that once the general contractor is mobilized, we actually break ground. The cadence, I think, is going to be pretty fast. I mean, really, we're talking about putting up a building in essentially a year plus-ish, kind of deal. And so, certainly would anticipate a target of being able to update all of you probably on a quarterly basis, and also maybe provide opportunities for you to tour the facility when there's opportunities to do that so you can see the progress. I don't know that those will require an hour time block, or whether we need to do it as a joint meeting, because I know that sometimes it's difficult to coordinate schedules. Perhaps that is, a 10-minute work session update at your respective meetings where we just drop in and give you an update on the project. But that is one of the things that we are anticipating.
Thank you. Thank you for that additional information. All right, if there are no more questions, I will go ahead and the council will vote. We have a motion to approve the design and construction agreement, joint public safety facility project, and authorize the city manager to sign on behalf of the city, and authorize the city manager to sign all related documents, and authorize the city manager to administer the contract and make minor modifications as necessary. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Okay, the motion passes. All right, the motion passes. And commissioners. Yes, indeed.
All right, so now it's our turn. Mark, would you like, I'll just make the motion if that's okay, because I have it in front of me. So I will move to approve the design and construction agreement for the joint public safety facility project and authorize the county administrator to sign on behalf of the county, and authorize the county administrator to sign all the related documents, and authorize the county administrator to administer the contract and make modern modifications as necessary.
I'm happy to second that motion, although I believe the contract actually looks for your signature as chair of the board.
All right, well, with that amendment, we'll say with my signature as chair of the board. Thank you for that.
Should have let me make the motion, French. I should have. So my understanding is that it's been moved and now seconded to approve on behalf of the county the design and construction agreement for the joint public safety facility project phase 3, and to authorize the chair to sign.
Thank you. Discussion. I'll just say that from my perspective, I appreciate the work that went into this. I appreciate that, this has been a long journey between our two organizations. I've sat on both sides of that journey, which is really weird. But we at some point found a core team of our two respective agencies that worked together really well, that was able to move the project forward, that was able to make decisions in a timely manner, and I think make some really tough decisions. Bringing a $30 million project down to a $22 million project is not easy. And from my perspective, this agreement, one of the fundamental things it does is it really says our elected officials trust that core team. And so I'm happy to, vote for this motion and provide that trust to our staff.
Yeah, Commissioner, I would like to echo those comments. It's been really impressive and heartening to see how much progress we've made once we were able to solidify a construct for how we work together effectively. And, that took a little bit of time, but the goal is worth it. And it's very exciting to be at this point. And I have a high level of confidence in the team that has brought us this far. And I'm anxious to move forward to the next step.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded to approve the design and construction agreement for the joint public safety facility and to authorize the correct person to sign all related documents. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you all of the county folks for coming after your workday. Our staff will be here anyway, as will we, but appreciate you taking the time to come out. Nice to meet both of you and look forward to seeing more of you as we move forward in this project. And since I have the mic for just another 30 seconds, I will echo the commissioner's comments that it's been a really long process, and I'm excited to be at this point. There were definitely times in this that I wondered if we'd get here, but I'm grateful that we are, and I look forward to the updates as we move forward. So thank you all very much. We will take a break until 6 o'clock when we'll come back and pick up with our regular meeting. Thank you.
I think my daughter was getting ready to go to the office. Like, cheated over and get sputtered. Like,
All right, we should get started. It is 6 o'clock and we are all here. Bye. All right. So I think we're ready. We're missing one staff, but he'll be back in shortly. All right, let's do the roll call.
Mayor Dexter?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Carr?
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Here.
Councilmember Miller?
Here.
Councilmember Shulman Warren?
Good evening.
Councilmember Schwab?
Here.
Councilmember Suggs?
Here.
Manager West?
Present.
Attorney Bloor?
Here.
Thank you.
We're going to pause for just a second because Mike left his phones. Commissioner French left his phones. We don't need it ringing during our meeting. All right, as soon as Navarra gets back, I will, while we're waiting, I will ask everyone to please stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm going to keep the microphone, and Anderson from First Step, come up and meet me up front. We have a proclamation this evening. We do lots of important proclamations, and this one is no different. Just like we have people in our community with food insecurities, we have people in our community who lack the basic necessities for things for people and their families. And so in recognition of that, we have a proclamation in recognition of National Diaper Need Awareness Week, which is September 15th through 21st. So I have Alicia here to accept the proclamation, and I'm going to give you a chance to speak after we do that. Whereas diaper need, the condition of not being able to afford a sufficient supply of clean diapers to keep babies and toddlers clean, dry, and healthy, can adversely affect the health and well-being of children and their families. And whereas a daily or weekly supply of diapers is generally an eligibility requirement for babies and toddlers to participate in childcare programs and quality early education programs that enable children to thrive and parents to work. And whereas without enough diapers, babies and toddlers risk infections and health problems that may require medical attention, resulting in medical costs, and parents may be prevented from accessing childcare needed to go to work or school, thereby destabilizing the family's economic prospects and well-being. And whereas the people of Port Angeles recognize that diaper need is a public health issue, and addressing diaper need can lead to economic opportunity for the city's families and communities and improve health for children, thus ensuring all children and families have access to the basic necessities required to thrive and reach their full potential. And whereas Port Angeles is proud to be home to trusted community-based organizations, including First Step Family Support Center and Lutheran Community Services, that recognize the importance of diapers in ensuring health and providing economic stability for families, and thus distribute diapers to families through various channels. And whereas through their important work of addressing diaper need, diaper banks play a critical role in supporting families, improving infant health and well-being, and advancing our local and state economic growth. Now therefore, I, Kate Dexter, Mayor, on behalf of the City Council of Port Angeles, do hereby proclaim the week of September 15th through September 21st, 2025 as National Diaper Week in Port Angeles, and thank the aforementioned diaper banks, their staff, volunteers, and donors for their service during this crisis, and encourage the citizens of Port Angeles to donate generously to diaper banks, diaper drives, and support those organizations that collect and distribute diapers to families struggling with diaper need, so that all of Port Angeles children and families can thrive and reach their full potential. Thank you. It's for you. Thank you so much for doing this. I appreciate all of you guys for all of your support of what we do at First Step. We are currently in the midst of the Great Diaper Drive, raising funds. Our state funding that supports our diaper bank has been dramatically reduced with the budget concerns from earlier this year. And to be able to continue to support the needs of our community, we need the help of everyone. Last year, we were able to support over 226,000 diaper changes in our community for families to make sure that all babies and children and toddlers that need help with diapers were able to access that. So we really appreciate the support of the community and the support of Mayor and everyone on the City Council. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here. So if you're at Costco, they have cheap diapers, and also my guess is you can buy diapers cheaper than we can. So cash is helpful. All right. So thank you very much. All right, that brings us to late items. Sorry, I gotta organize my chair a little bit here. No, it's okay. It's just my footrest. All right, are there any late items from staff?
Mayor and Council, no late items from staff this evening.
Thank you. Are there any late items from council? All right, we don't have any. That brings us to public comment. We have at least one hand already online. If you are joining us virtually and wish to make a public comment, if you are calling in, please dial *3. And if you are in the WebEx, just raise your hand. I will do council chamber comments first and then go online. And if you are new to public comment, please state your name and whether or not you are a resident. And the first public comment period is items on tonight's agenda. And so it looks like we have three items. Maybe you're on for, okay, then go ahead. So we have a few folks here, and then if anyone else is online, we'll go to online comments when we're done. So your name, whether or not you're a resident, and if you're in council chambers, the lights will keep track of your time for you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, I'm Mimi Smith-Dvorak, and I have to disclose that I'm a candidate for City Council as part of council rules. So Port Angeles has a significant poverty rate. We have a lot of economic hardship. We have a high percentage of low-income households. We're not a rich town. Nearly half of Port Angeles households are low income. Have you seen our gas prices? This year, the added tax jumped up by $0.50. These transportation costs are passed on to goods and services. The entire country is in stagflation. Inflation is not stopped. Job growth has. Whatever the Federal Reserve does tomorrow may not prevent a recession. An economic crisis won't spare Port Angeles. Yet you sneak things into the consent agenda. It's underhanded, it's not transparent, and I believe a violation of OPMA. Where has this been discussed? It wasn't on the Planning Commission. You added a $50,000 consultant fee, which might be peanuts to you, or maybe the staff, but it's a slap in the face to every person in Port Angeles. $50,000 to hire some out-of-town consultants to look at streets and alleys. Really? The American Institute of Architects did a comprehensive analysis completed and presented on March 16th through 18th, 2009. Why can't our staff read the existing 84 pages? Our streets and our alleys have not changed. The problems that they highlighted haven't changed. So you need to quit saying yes. You need to start acting like a board of directors. You need to stop failing the citizens of Port Angeles.
Thank you. We'll go to Peter Stedman.
Hi, my name is Peter Stedman. I am a resident of Port Angeles. Excuse me. This is completely impromptu, but I felt the need. And first of all, thank you guys for allowing me to address City Council as well as the people here in the audience and our city manager. Anyway, it came to my attention that the City Council was considering the possible collaboration of local law enforcement with the people known as ICE, federal agency. Definitely am against that. There's no reason why our local tax dollars that fund folks that are involved in local activities need to involve themselves with the feds in sorting out who isn't and who is a non-documented individual. It's not our job to do that. It's not part of our mandate. And I think it's definitely a federal overreach, particularly in light of the fact that our lovely president is acting on an executive order, which may or may not be constitutional. So in any event, I am definitely against it, and I appreciate the city council for listening to my words, and thank everyone here.
Thank you. And I will just, we don't usually comment, but I just want to be clear that the state law, the Keep Washington Working Act, prohibits our local law enforcement from engaging in immigration enforcement activities. So we have had discussions about what has been happening, but it is not in the context of encouraging our law enforcement to partner with ICE for that activity. That would be a violation of state law. So just wanted to give you that clarification. James, go ahead. Oh, yeah, you're next anyway. Go ahead, James.
I'm James Taylor, and I can count to 3. I live here in Port Angeles, and apparently I need to announce that I'm running for city council. I'm looking at this traffic study that's on the consent agenda. So, first of all, I think you just mentioned that we just already paid for one, and the streets haven't changed. But secondly, what happens if this document says we need to reconfigure all of our streets? And I'm trying to think of what that would cost to route trucks down Front Street. We'd have to have some kind of cut through to get trucks from First Street onto Front, or you would have to extend two-way traffic all the way to McDonald's. You'd have to change out all the traffic lights. We'd have to change out a bunch of signage. And so I was trying to come up with a dollar figure, what this might cost. $12 million? I don't know. But I'm sure, whoever came up with this good idea said, well, we can get grants for that. Well, if we're working really hard on getting grants, let's get grants for sewer and water. Let's leave our streets alone. I hear this message where we have all this truck traffic. And yet, if I go walk through downtown and there's a stoplight, I can get across the street. There isn't this huge amount of traffic that you can't get from street A to street B. So this just feels like a good way to keep staff busy, or a good way to do advanced naval picking. It seems like a complete excess. And then I'm wondering how it got on the consent agenda. It's money, they were spending money. I mean, did you guys all, have this discussion, in a serial meeting? so that you are all well abreast on the issues facing what this would mean to our community, how much it would cost our community in terms of tearing up streets, ripping out, having to install new stoplights when did we install new stoplights? Didn't we do that last year? You know, and now those are obsolete because you got to have new stoplights because you're routing traffic to go different directions. So I'm urging City Council to not do this. All right, have a good day.
Thank you. And I will just clarify for folks listening, items go on the consent agenda when they're under a certain dollar value. So that's how items with budget implications go on consent under a certain dollar value. All right, Steve, go ahead.
I'm Steve Luxton. I live in the city. I'm here to address the Jonathan Sidewalk, city engineer's sidewalk proposal, rather. And I want to say off the bat that a solution to this sidewalk problem is really needed. We're following some 40 years of a policy that has led to hundreds of isolated pieces of sidewalk all over the city that are, some of them you don't even know there's a sidewalk there because there's so much grass over it. Some of them haven't seen the light of day for 20 years. So I've spent tens of thousands of dollars personally building these island isolated sidewalks. Cumulatively, over all the people that have developed in Port Angeles, is probably an amount of private money that's over $1 million has been spent on this, and it's essentially provided no benefit to the public. It hasn't provided any pedestrian benefit. So a solution to this problem is really sorely needed, and I'm happy to see something come forward on it. Although I haven't seen as maybe a more updated version of it, what I have seen so far does cause me to be concerned about the costs. And I would say I really want to be careful that there's been a lot of work that's been done in the city of Port Angeles to reduce development costs. And so to add a new cost that is so great that it cancels out that, I think would, bring into question whether we're getting the benefit that we want out of that. I'd say that maybe Port Angeles hit peak wealth in 1975 or 1980. And so we've been on a kind of a downhill trend, or at least we're not trending the way we want to be. So, essentially what this proposal does is it increases the development standard across town, but then says, well, you can just pay us money. So, I'm in one side, I'm questioning whether we need to increase the development standard that far at a time when we can least afford it, really. There's a ton of lots in the city that are essentially undevelopable because they have 100 feet or 200 feet of sidewalk that would need to be built there in order to accomplish a short plat. So if you want to split that lot up into small pieces that you could actually do something with, the sidewalk would be so cost intensive to build that it would make it impossible to do anything there. That this doesn't solve that. One possible solution would be to have this impact fee be radically lower, or the in lieu of be radically lower. But I will say this is just a careful balance between trying not to undo what we've done in terms of spurring development, but also we need to fix these sidewalk problems. We really need at the 4th and Hill Street, we need a 4-way stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. We have one more in council chambers and then we'll go online. Go ahead, John.
Fire it up. Hi, John Ralston, City of Port Angeles resident. I concur with most of the stuff that Steve said. I've been waiting for 15 years for this. I double checked, actually it's 16 years, because in 2009, the city required somebody to put a sidewalk up on Old Mill Road out in the middle of nowhere. And it's what we call one of these orphan sidewalks. You wouldn't be able to see it today other than the person is kind enough to keep the brush down. I wrote, and hopefully you saw the email, I wrote it this morning. I'm concerned about a lot of things that are in the slide presentation, as well as what's in the proposed ordinance in the packet. One of the things is, you know, you guys have heard me say a few times something about sidewalks. I also say the same thing at Planning Commission. And I'm puzzled as to why there is a reading and then a proposed second reading, and this thing isn't even going to the Planning Commission. I would strongly suggest tabling this issue or something to that effect until the first quarter of 2026 so the Planning Commission can hear. I think it also ties back to the comp plan and what zoning changes there may be with R7, R9, and R11 and how that might affect some of the verbiage that could be interpreted within the proposed ordinance. Yeah, I build a few houses in town and plan to do that till the day I die. And so I have a lot of questions of what is being proposed, and I wish that in the ordinance there would have been some things of what are we redlining out, what are we changing, et cetera, because you're starting to go through some documents of what it is, what's proposed. And this was first out, Jonathan was kind enough to email it to me either last Thursday or Friday, but I had no idea as to, you know, what was being proposed. The one thing that's in here is expensive as to what is in the proposal and the cost of sidewalks. For me, it's less expensive to put a sidewalk in, even if it's an orphan, because the costs that are in this proposal are at least 50% higher than what I would pay an individual contractor. There are a number of items here. And again, I certainly welcome questions and participation. Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right, we will go to online callers if your topic is about tonight's agenda, and we will start with call-in user 2. We'll make sure we can hear you first, and then I will start your time. All right. You are, oh no, you're not unmuted. Oh, the hand went down. Okay, very good. We'll go to Leslie, please. And, oh no, the hand's back up. Oh, it's that. I think we had this problem before, and I don't remember how we solved it. So let's go to Leslie and oh, good. Sorry, Mandy. Calling user 2, you are now unmuted. So if you can, we'll make sure we can hear you, and then you can start your comment.
I think I'm user 2. This is Carol Scholl,
yes.
Port Angeles.
Okay, very good. Go ahead and start your comment.
Yeah, I wanted to actually thank you for looking into what's happening with Homeland Security here in Port Angeles. It's on the agenda later. I'm very pleased that you're doing this. I'm really concerned about the safety of all our neighbors. I'm concerned they may be racially profiled, picked up by ICE without regards to constitutional rights. I'm also concerned about what's happening in the headquarters facility and who may be detained there. So again, I just want to thank you for looking into this. And I wanted to also remind everyone, well, I'm an immigrant. I'm not a Native American. All of us who aren't Native American are immigrants. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to Leslie.
Okay, you can hear us?
I can hear you now. Go ahead and state your name and whether or not you're a resident, and I will start your timer now.
So this is Leslie and Troy and Forks, and we want to, similar to Carol, express gratitude that immigration and enforcement in regards to collaboration with Border Patrol Office is on the agenda tonight. We want to remind folks that Border Patrol Office does serve the region or work with the region, and therefore, even though we're not Port Angeles residents, we are stakeholders in the work that they're doing in the enforcement activities. First and foremost, we want to ask that the City Council take steps to keep our neighbors and immigrants safe in our communities, including all Clallam County and the Olympic Peninsula as appropriate. We would really like to acknowledge that strict adherence to the Keep Washington Working Act is vital, and that a couple of the things mentioned in the report we just were curious to learn more about, and we look forward to listening into that conversation in regards to adhering to the Keep Washington Working Act. We would really like to see City Council taking steps to increase people's law enforcement to show their badge, wear uniforms, drive marked cars, so that everybody is aware of who they are interacting with when interacting with law enforcement. Finally, I just want to remind City Council members that not all voices are able to attend these meetings, to share public comment, and that there are voices that are missing from this conversation due to active safety concerns and not being able to represent themselves. And so we ask that you remember the voices that are missing in these conversations that are happening that directly impact the lives of immigrants in our community. Thank you.
And I support everything. This is Leslie. I support everything that Troy said. I think two of the points in the notes that we wanted to know more about were the when it was mentioned that Border Patrol sometimes assists in traffic situations, and Keep Washington Working, which limits the local law enforcement aiding in immigration enforcement. It still opens the door if it's the other way, if Border Patrol is aiding our local law enforcement, because as law enforcement, I think people are often always gathering information as part of their job and their specialty. So that's also a dangerous slope, as well as more about their power to make state arrests, which was referenced in there. So those are the two particular questions we had. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, last online comment, Stephen Paleo. Stephen, when we can hear you, I will start your timer.
What about now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, that's okay, go ahead.
Okay, Stephen Paleo. I have a couple homes in city limits, but I do live out here in the county. In this week's agenda is our monthly building permit activity. Port Angeles building permit activity through August remains very weak. I know geopolitics and the macroeconomy is partially to blame, but construction is happening only 10 miles to the east of us. Locally, not even fee waivers on multifamily and ADUs, as well as permit-ready plans, appear to be incentivizing much local construction. With the August data, we have not seen any multifamily apartment permits year to date. Last year, we had 40 dwelling units. Even duplex construction looks like it's going to decline following a relatively strong 2024. And I know we've been focused on driving density, yet ADU dwelling units looks even worse. We've only had 3 permitted year to date compared to 13 last year, and there's only 3 more pending. So the bottom line is we historically do about 50 dwelling units per year or so. It seems to me that the housing that is, that we're creating is actually not being built, but it's actually probably due to the jobs being lost. I want you to think more about this. Westport down 400 jobs in the last 5 years. McKinley down 200 jobs. OMC down 100 jobs, with a couple hundred more likely coming. Put another way, these jobs losses could equate to more than a decade of housing if those people had moved away. So I bring all this up because I really want City Council and even staff to, I don't know if they're not paying attention or if we're ignoring or if we're just hiding it, but these are important economic indicators, I would like to see council monitor and publicly discuss these types of metrics, compare them to state averages in similar towns. I think increased transparency is a step towards greater accountability. And that's a theme that I think we're continually hearing from citizens of our community. That's all for me.
Thank you, Stephen. And we did get another hand in the meantime, and we'll go to that caller and then move on. Calling user 3. The system will tell you you're unmuted. I'll make sure we can hear you before I start your time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Yep. And I'll go ahead and start your time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for calling on me. My name is Sarah Post, and I am a nurse working at the Forks Community Hospital. Just want to echo what Leslie and Troy said about Forks also being part of Clallam County. And I'm here just wanting to speak quickly on behalf of my immigrant patients, and I'm grateful that Port Angeles City Council is looking into the cooperation with the Department of Homeland Security. I'm just very aware, as all healthcare workers are these days, about the weakened protections of hospitals from immigration enforcement for our patients. And I just really hope that the City Council can also, as they're looking into the cooperation with specifically ICE and Border Patrol, make sure that our hospital, both in Port Angeles, but also in Forks, are protected. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That is the last of the hands online. So we will go ahead and move on to our consent agenda. We do have a second public comment period if people are inspired during our meeting. All right. Is there anything anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda? Drew?
Yes, I'd like to go ahead and pull item 8, the Downtown Street Study Professional Service Agreement.
All right. I will put that under, I'll make that item J3 under contracts and purchasing. I didn't see any other hands. Anything anyone would like to add to the consent agenda? Navarra?
Yes, I would like to add number I4, the permanent committee appointment, which is for LTAC. Am I right? Yes. LTAC. And then I'm going to try it. I would like to add J2, Washington RCO Race Street Complete Streets Project.
Is there any opposition to either of those? Okay, I don't hear any opposition, so we'll add those. All right, anything else? Okay, I'll go ahead and read the consent agenda. The City Council minutes of August 18th, 2025. Amended previously adopted record corrections to May 20th, 2025 minutes. Expenditure report from August 23rd, 2025 to September 5th, 2025 in the amount of $1,700,697.43. Water treatment plant instrument upgrade MEC-2025-2022 award. -22 award. Wastewater treatment plant aeration blowers MEC-2025-33. Wastewater treatment plant solids mixing basin mixers MEC-2025-34. Material purchase pad transformer. Wastewater treatment plant digester cleaning CON-2023-26. Permanent committee appointment. Washington Recreation and Conservation Office, Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program, Race Street Complete Street Project TR0619 grant acceptance. Any comments, questions, or a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, that brings us to the presentation on the sidewalk fee and lieu program. So I'm going to turn that over to Scott for starters, and then I think we'll have a presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. As Council may recall, we spoke earlier in the year. I believe last I mentioned we anticipated fourth quarter bringing this back to Council with the program. And with the recent additional requests and other input from local builders and working with key staff in our engineering department, Jonathan and his team were able to get it done a little bit earlier than what I previously thought we would. So tonight we're going to hear from Jonathan and Jonathan Boehm. He's our city engineer. We also have Timothy Hayes, our traffic engineer extraordinaire, available for questions this evening as well. And I would just like to say, Jonathan's group I'm very proud of the work they did with this. I was on vacation last week. They put this together, and they did a really good job. I'd just like to add this is intended to go on our fee schedule. The fee schedule, as you know, is a living document. So we do have some recommendations within this program. They are able to be adjusted, monitored annually. So we would appreciate any input from council and direction in support of that. So with that said, go ahead, Jonathan.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity that you've allowed us to talk to you about the sidewalk fee and lieu program this evening. Again, I'm Jonathan Boehm, city engineer. I'm joined by our transportation engineer, Timothy Hayes. And so we have about a 20-minute presentation to give you here about some of the background of the transportation network and the sidewalk fee program. So we ask if possible, we could hold comments or questions to the end. Hopefully, some of your questions or comments might be addressed throughout the presentation. Okay. So what are we going to cover today? We're going to talk about some background information really focused on state of the city. What are some of our current transportation sidewalk policies? We're going to look at what a proposed sidewalk fee and lieu program could look like, what's proposed in your packet as a potential ordinance for this fee and lieu program. And then also have an opportunity for questions and comments so that we can make sure we're getting your direction on how to take this program in the next steps. So back in 2018, City Council adopted the Complete Street Policy. This tasked us with developing a balanced transportation system that would be usable, would be for all users' abilities, provide a system that was safe for all of our users. So this was a big task that was in a very small document. This included constructing sidewalks on city streets and installing lighting at intersections and crosswalks. We also have our guidance documents from the comprehensive plan. So our adopted comprehensive plan today has policy 8A12, which is to require sidewalks be included in all development and redevelopment proposals where sidewalks do not exist at the time of application for development. So we have our guidance document here that is really helping us see the importance of sidewalks in the development activities that we're doing in the city. Then comes our ADA transition plan. So the ADA, American with Disabilities Act, has been around for many, many years. However, it was not until 2021 that the city adopted our own ADA transition plan. In other words, how do we transition from a non-compliant system to being in full compliance with ADA standards? So the ADA transition plan has a number of different components in it. If you recall, first off, it started with identifying the barriers. Then it went into what are the methods to remove those barriers. Then we have a schedule of here's what it's going to take to address these compliance issues and get us back into compliance. And then ultimately identified the official responsible for implementing this transition plan. And the results of the survey were eye-opening. If you look at this slide, really the only thing you need to know is red is bad, and you see red all over the city. So of the 83 miles of sidewalk across the city, 98% of the blocks in the city have some compliance issue. So I'm not saying every single linear foot of sidewalk has a compliance issue, but within a individual sidewalk block, let's take 5th Street in front of City Hall, 98% of the blocks in the city have compliance issues for sidewalk. And those are things like substandard width, a cross slope that's too steep, or vertical deformities, which cause trip hazards. Curb ramps are a similar problem. Again, red is bad, and we have a lot of red. 96% of the 2,758 existing curb ramps in the city are non-compliant. Again, the darker the color on our map here identifies the larger the compliance issue. The darkest red are basically the places where the sidewalk goes right up to a 6-inch curb and it just drops off, where it's impossible to navigate that kind of curb intersection. Now, we have made some progress over the past 4 years since this ADA transition plan was adopted. We have corrected more than 100 curb ramps in town. We've had a couple notable grant-funded projects that have helped us achieve some of that. We have the Francis Street project, which you're well aware of, and also the recently completed signal controller project, which was also grant-funded, that replaced over 50 curb ramps along First and Front Street. Sidewalk gaps. So we have about 8 miles of sidewalk gaps. Now, I'll put a preface on this. This analysis that was done for the ADA transition plan was just looking at where do we have existing sidewalk gaps. So in other words, I have a sidewalk, the sidewalk stops, and then somewhere down the road, I have another sidewalk. That would be classified as a sidewalk gap. And so we have 8 miles of those gaps. In addition to that, we have places that just don't have sidewalk at all, that could very well need sidewalk. Next to a school has no sidewalk for blocks, for example. So one of the important next steps that we have in our work plan, it's in the city work plan, is to prioritize these sidewalk gaps. So that's an important next step that we recognize needs to be made. So of all the locations in the city that need sidewalk, where do we put the priorities? What do we focus on? Obviously, schools, common transit stops, hospitals, the list goes on. And so we need to prioritize that from highest priority to lower, so that we know where we should be pushing the majority of our resources from both time and money perspective. So as you can imagine from those maps, the need is great. There's a lot for us to do. So the ADA transition plan, it prioritized some of these barriers. It figured out, well, where's our highest priority ones, and what do we need to do first? How much is that going to cost? Well, the high priorities was a big number. As you see up here, back in 2021, estimated we needed $61 million to correct the high priority gaps. Now, if we just hypothetically made the assumption of we're going to put $500,000 per year of funding in towards correcting these gaps, that would take us an estimated 142 years to be able to address. Obviously, that's not realistic. A sidewalk doesn't even have a service life of half of that. And so we're really seeing here that there's a tremendous need for correcting these barriers. So our ADA transition plan, one of the recommendations was to look for opportunities to increase existing barrier removal funding. And so that's one benefit of this proposed sidewalk program, is finding an additional revenue source to help supplement grants and other funds that are going into this very large to-do list of sidewalk barriers. So we'll turn our attention to Tim now, who will continue on in the presentation.
Right. Thank you, Jonathan. So I'm going to highlight a couple of examples of our existing challenges. Let's go back one. couple examples of our existing challenges. Now we know that our accessibility issues come from a lot of different issues. We got heave situations like this where we have tree roots adjacent to an existing sidewalks. Weathering, freeze, thaw, all these things can actually deteriorate our existing infrastructure and cause accessibility issues. In addition to things like older construction standards, like we have pictured here. So at the time when many of our gridded streets in the central city area were built, ramps were not required. Right. So these older construction standards can lead to failures in our accessibility of our rights of way. In addition, here you can see that there's some lightened sections of concrete there. That's where we've had previous faulting issues, and we've addressed that with grinding some of those trip hazards out. So another potential issue there. And then finally, as Jonathan mentioned, we've got about 8 miles of sidewalk gaps here in the inset. You can see sidewalk on the other end of this property. And for the remainder of that block of 2nd Street, there is sidewalk. There's just this one section along a single property adjacent to our Francis Street ADA project, where we weren't able to fill the gap. And part of the reason there is because it was outside of the scope of that TIB funded project, and there was no additional funding to fill the gap in that situation, right? So this is a great example of a place where an identified funding source could have plugged a priority gap in our sidewalk network. Some of the ways that we address this currently in our programming, obviously there's projects like the Francis Street ADA project. There's our signal controller project downtown, and those provide sort of targeted improvements at certain locations. We have a general fund within the CFP that was started in 2020. It was started as an unfunded project and then funded in 2023 to the tune of about $100,000 a year, not about exactly. And so it's been accumulating funds for 3 years, and so now there's about $300,000 sitting in that fund. Now, you'll note this says Complete Streets Revolving Fund. So in addition to being for pedestrian improvements, this is also intended to address things like bicycle safety, things like, potentially street trees, lighting, all of those things that, that are specific to a corridor, right? Not every street is going to require all of the same improvements to be considered a complete street. But this was intended to address more than just pedestrian facilities, right? And so that could be, used as a standalone project if we have a priority location that we want to address, or this could be used to leverage on an existing more maintenance type project like, a mill and fill or something like that, right? Other ways that our infrastructure gets built out is obviously through development activity, right? When a person applies for a development permit, they are required by code to make certain types of improvements based on what, in the current code as it's written, if you're along an arterial street or a school walking route, this is addressed in the code specifically, or if you're doing subdivision type activity, it's addressed in a couple of locations, but neither of those locations comport with our adopted complete streets policy, or with the comprehensive plan language that requires sidewalks for all development. And so, in addition to that, a lot of times when this development is taking place, it is not in areas where we would say are the highest priority, right? It's isolated pockets, right? And so we're creating more of these orphan sidewalk sections, like are pictured here. So this is an example of 17th Street C, where when somebody was constructing a project, they were required to put in a section of sidewalk. And thank you to our public commenters for bringing up several similar examples. But this is a situation where the improvement isn't necessarily bringing a tremendous amount of benefit to the user there. And one of the things that our Complete Streets policy guides us to do is to think about our streets as a network, right? While every trip that starts at that location, will use that frontage, they're also going to use other streets, right? And so the idea of those trips being connected to other places in the city, and the improvements associated with that development being, potentially targeted elsewhere in the city, is part of that Complete Streets policy idea or framework. So summary of our current challenges, we have, an abundant compliance and sidewalk gap issues. We have, limited capital funding to address those, and we have, development standards as well as locations that are, pretty scattered and not able to address our high priority areas. So The proposed framework for the fee and use program it starts with addressing the fact that our code does not comport with the Complete Streets policy and with the comprehensive plan language by requiring sidewalks for all development. And we've added this here with substantial improvements. We heard from some folks that there was concern about, what if somebody is just going to do a small renovation, right? Current language in the code does not make a distinction for developments, right? It says if you pull permits and you're doing construction activity, that triggers that is considered development. So what we have added within this code amendment is this definition for substantial improvements, which sets a threshold for when those frontage improvements would be required. So as an example, if you have a home that's worth $500,000, say, right, and you do improvements that are greater than 50% of that baseline value, or $250,000, that is going to be considered substantial improvements. If it is less than $250,000, or 50% of the value of the existing structures, that's not considered substantial improvements, right? And you would not trigger those frontage improvements. And that's intended to address some of these concerns about families that are growing or adding ADUs in the back property. So if you trigger those frontage improvements, we want to create a voluntary program. If you as an applicant think that this particular section of frontage improvements in front of your parcel isn't going to bring a tremendous amount of benefit, we want to create an opportunity for you to come to the city and say, I would prefer to either build some improvements, equivalent improvements somewhere else, that we will collaborate on to identify, or simply pay a fee in lieu of constructing those improvements in front of this parcel. Right. The city will then take that application and assess it based on clear criteria that are established in the proposed code amendment, and we will decide whether we think that it's a good candidate for a fee in lieu program. If we think that there's a greater benefit to having those improvements built, then we say, no, actually, we need you to build the frontage improvements that are required by code for this particular location. If the application is accepted, then the city will either work with that developer to locate equivalent offsite improvements, or accept a fixed fee dollar amount per linear foot of frontage, which will be increasing by year in order to accommodate for inflation. Finally, those fees would be collected, when they were paid, and they would be used for improvements within the 2-mile radius of that development site. And they'll note within 5 years of having been received. Otherwise, they'll have to be returned to the person who paid them. That's by RCW. So the RCW actually establishes that cities can enter into these agreements with local applicants to take fees in lieu of constructing frontage improvements. We've done one regional example as well as another example from the city of Puyallup, and developed our program with best practices in mind. So these programs also included a fixed fee option, so a fixed fee per linear foot of frontage. They included the ability to use the fee in lieu program for sidewalks specifically. And they also established a radius around a specific site in which you had to use those dollars. So it's 1 to 2 mile range for the city of Port Townsend and Puyallup, respectively. One thing that we took from Port Townsend's example that's not in the city of Puyallup is this allowance for potential off-site improvements. Right, so the city of Puyallup says, no, you've got to pay a fee. The city of Port Townsend says, well, actually, maybe we can work with you to find a site that's, that you can build these improvements on that's not necessarily right in front of your development. We think that offers a lot of flexibility and the ability to leverage the fact that, our development community can actually build things cheaper than we can in a lot of cases. There's been some discussion about the actual fees that have been proposed here. This slide is going to cover kind of what we saw from Port Townsend, Puyallup, what we're proposing, and then kind of how we framed that with respect to what the city of Port Angeles generally pays for sidewalk, curb and gutter, and ramps on our street projects. So you can see the city of Port Townsend has a $100 fixed fee per linear foot of frontage. They have no cost differential for curb ramps or sidewalks with curb and gutter. That's because a lot of city of Port Townsend streets don't have curbs and gutters. And so they don't require that curb and gutter cost, and they're not having to ramp down from those curbs, right? So that wasn't actually established in their code. The city of Puyallup has a cost of $237 per linear foot, where curb and gutter are required, of $118 per linear foot, where it's just sidewalk. They do not have a fee for the curb ramps. So the city of Port Angeles is, or at least staff is proposing a cost of $200 per linear foot for sidewalk with curb and gutter, and $100 per linear foot for just sidewalk. And then for the curb ramps, it would be $3,500 each. Now that we want to compare with what it costs for the city of Port Angeles Public Works to build those sidewalk, curb and gutter improvements. So we are actually charging substantially less than the average unit cost that we've paid on our last 3 projects. And those costs are actually, weighted in favor of actually larger projects where we do a lot of sidewalk and a lot of curb and gutter and a lot of ramps. So, for a smaller project, we're going to actually end up probably paying more than this. This is sort of skewed by the quantities that we've had on recent projects. But we wanted to balance the idea of sort of usability for the development community, right? What we've seen from other agencies have adopted this, right? And the fact that, we really want to, accumulate sufficient funds to build something with it as well, right? We don't want to not have sufficient funds to build an equivalent facility. Just put this slide in here to visualize what a 2-mile radius looks like in the city of Port Angeles. So really, if you sort of overlap these, you'll see that, you really got the east side and the west side, right? And the small overlap in the middle. A particular location, if you're within 2 miles, it's not going to be clear across town, but there's still a lot of flexibility within a program with a 2-mile radius adopted. We want to go through a couple of quick examples of what this would look like with the proposed fee structure. So here we have, a residential lot with 50 foot of frontage. Sidewalk would be required, but the curb's already in place. And let's assume we've approved a fee in lieu application for this. So we have a fixed fee calculation of 50 linear feet times $50 a linear foot times $100 a linear foot times 50 linear feet. It'd be $5,000 for the fee in lieu. Pretty simple, right? Pretty clear. For a corner lot, here we have 200 linear feet of frontage, so it's quite a bit more. Sidewalk and ramps would be required at this location, and assuming the curbs are present where they're necessary, we would have a 200 linear feet times 100 linear feet, $100 per linear foot, plus $3,500 per ramp for 2 ramps is $27,000 for a fee in lieu program. And I'll hand it back to Jonathan.
So in your packet on G4, you will find the draft ordinance that includes these key elements that are outlined on this slide. Number 1, the update to code to be in alignment with our currently adopted comprehensive plan, which requires sidewalks on all development projects which have substantial improvements. Number 2, the ordinance outlines key details that would be used to determine what sidewalks would be eligible for the fee in lieu program. Of note, including this, the curb ramp fee in lieu will also enable city utility projects to utilize this program. So instead of building a ramp to nowhere because it's required by ADA, our city utilities could also pay in and construct an ADA ramp in a more sensical location. Number 3, allow equivalent offsite improvements to be built by the developer. This allows the developer to be able to build something at their cost with a higher priority location with a greater public benefit. Just 3 weeks ago, before Scott told me to just get moving on this project, I met with a developer out in the field who wanted to do just that. He wanted to do, he's like, I don't want to build the sidewalk here, doesn't make sense. I want to build it over here. And I was like, I don't have any way to do that. There's nothing in code that allows to construct a sidewalk in an equivalent area. So I think this is a really great piece of the Port Townsend code to be able to provide some flexibility and allow a developer who can build it cheaper than the city to put a piece of sidewalk in a place that would have a lot more public benefit. Fourth would be an amendment to the fee table. This is where we would propose the baseline fees, which are outlined here. These would be higher than what a developer pays, lower than what the city pays. I think of note, this is a good place for council input on where are these fees set. Should they be lower, higher? When we were kind of looking at this, we were looking at the range of, should it be $75? Should it be $125? And we kind of picked the middle range of 100, but a great place for input. Also note that because it's in the fee table, these fees can be revised on a yearly basis. We want this program to work. So if we get a year from now, we determine, hey, we got no one, we missed the mark on the fees, or we got every single person doing the fee, we're gonna help us see, hey, where is the sweet spot? Where should these fees be set? So looking forward, this was taken to the UAC for consideration. We received a favorable recommendation from the UAC on the sidewalk fee in lieu program. We also sent this information out last week to the builder community to gather feedback from them on the proposal. And then our goal here today is to gather feedback from council, try to see which direction we want to go, what changes you would like to see made in this program, with the plan to bring this back on October 21st to City Council for a second reading and authorization to proceed with the program. This program, if adopted, would go into effect 10 days after adoption of the ordinance or after the concurrence but from the Department of Commerce, whichever is later. So at that, we will open it up for questions and discussion, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Right. Before I do that, I'll just go ahead and do the first reading and then open it up for discussion. An ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, amending Title 16 and 18, Section 16.04.010, 16.04.070, 16.04.140, 16.08.060, 16.09.040, 18.08.020, 18.08.040, 18.08.045 of the Port Angeles Municipal Code relating to sidewalks, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. All right. Comments or questions from council?
Madam Mayor, may I?
Yes.
Very briefly, please. So when I met with staff, the direction I provided my team was to create a program that first was reasonable, second understandable, and third that provided options. That we didn't want to force an issue down. We wanted to give folks options. I believe the program that you have before you tonight has accomplished all three of those things. We did reach out specifically to some of the builders in the area. We gave them, we wanted to send this and get their feedback. That is slowly coming in. I know there's some preliminary concerns about the initial cost, and we're happy to entertain those. As we said, we looked at what our neighbors are. We're less than them. We're trying to be what's reasonable and yet still accomplishes the goal of what council has directed us to do, which is provide a community that's walkable. So we're happy to entertain that. The fact that the fee schedule is adjustable annually, I'm less concerned on the specific dollar amount that we ultimately settle on tonight, because if it doesn't work, we can always adjust it in future years. So if it helps council, just as some other direction, and we don't need a decision tonight, but I'm comfortable if we wanted to lower those initial rates by say 20% as a starting point. I think that's also reasonable. I think that's something that we can ultimately entertain and see where we go from there. The $100 and the $200 that we present, I think that's reasonable. But I would like to, see what the feedback, and I know others of you have had communications with other folks in the community as well, but I just wanted to put that out there. We're less concerned with the initial dollar amount tonight as opposed to just getting the program in place and working it and reporting back to council, next year with how it went. So, thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay, you had your hand up, so go ahead.
Thanks. I really appreciate the staff presentation and research on this. We are way behind and trying to maintain what we have with sidewalks and building sidewalks where it doesn't make sense, just doesn't make sense. We had a really robust conversation at Utility Advisory Committee, so thank you for that. One of the things that came up was how this program would intersect with the fee waivers that we currently have for multi-unit, infill, and affordable housing. And it looks like the draft is going in the direction that I wouldn't have gone in. And it says on page G23, as the fee in lieu program is an elective program, fees agreed to be paid by an applicant in lieu of required frontage improvements shall not be subject to fee waivers as outlined in the master fee table. I think, to me, this is you either build the sidewalk potentially in the wrong place or do this program. So it's like, sure, you're choosing to do this program instead of building a sidewalk, but convince me that this is the right approach to not have this be subject to the fee waivers for infill, multi-unit, or affordable housing.
So the thought when we added that language was that, essentially the Complete Streets policy has built the argument that all of our streets should be walkable. And when development activity takes place, it should provide for the improvements that build that walkable infrastructure. If we allow for the fee waiver program to be utilized in this way, essentially we get nothing from that. So somebody will, submit a fee waiver application, right? Or they'll submit for the fee in lieu program, change those frontage improvements into a fee in order to essentially not do anything at all, right? And so, I think it doesn't serve the goal of providing a walkable community and adding additional, flexibility and options by, essentially turning that into something where we get nothing from any of this development. And so, I don't know, Jonathan, you want to add to that?
And I think in addition to that, if we think about the sidewalk network or the street network as a whole, when we build something, when development comes in, it's creating a need. It's creating a need for pedestrian facilities. And so this is really a small way that new infrastructure that's being built, those new residents there that are living there, they're paying into having the walkable community that they want to see within their area. So when we think about this program, if it doesn't get money or if it doesn't get very much money, it won't really function and it's going to fail because we have the 5-year cap and we're collecting less money than what it costs us to build. And so to have everyone participate in the program will make it a more robust program. And so from our perspective, it was setting the fees at the right level so that everyone is paying in uniform level, but let's find the right place that there is contributions because everyone that lives in the city of Port Angeles wants a walkable community. That's what, when we go to our comp plan meetings, that's number one thing people are saying is, I want sidewalks. And this is one of those methods to get sidewalks here in Port Angeles.
Are there other questions?
Council, if I could just add to that, I think it's also important when it comes to housing projects, we have opportunities to add grants when it comes to affordable housing. If you look at the sales and use tax that was approved via House Bill 1590, that funding is eligible to be used for infrastructure, including sidewalks. So we also have the opportunity to make the program more sustainable and more whole by providing some of those grant opportunities for affordable housing, as well as we can utilize NICE Fund grants when it comes to those non-affordable housing related projects.
Thank you. Amy, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that concern, and I also have feelings about equity and everyone deserving sidewalks. So I'm glad to hear that there are some other opportunities there. I wanted to thank you for adding I was at the UAC presentation, for adding the definition of what a substantial improvement would be. I think that makes sense to me. To one of our public commenters' question, however, could you speak to I think the question was that as a developer, building was going to be cheaper than doing the program, and I think our intention was to do the other thing, and so I didn't know if you had any response or thoughts on that question.
I think as Director Curtin mentioned, it's a balancing act. It's always going to cost the city more to develop something. It's always going to cost the developer less. It's just like the dynamics of the world that we live. So I think that the goal of the program was to try to find a common ground where, hey, from a developer perspective, may I have to pay a little bit more, but now I don't have to do the design work. I don't have to, it's not triggering additional stormwater requirements for me that all of a sudden now I can do all my frontage on my property instead of having to calculate additional stormwater costs in for the sidewalk requirements that are in the frontage. So I think when we think about it in a little more totality, we're going to find that there are a number of different benefits for going this fee in lieu route. And if let's just hypothetically say a developer will install a sidewalk for $60, and if we're going to charge it $100, is that pushing them over, or is that just like no way? So at what point are we going to the 25%? Maybe it's maybe we change it to the $75, and that's what sticks better. And I think that's where we have the flexibility to make the program work for us.
I appreciate that. I also appreciate that it sounds like there'll be some more conversation before our next meeting with folks that will be mostly impacted with these fees. To me, it does make sense with the neighboring communities. The amounts seem good to me, but I'm glad to hear that we'll be talking with other developers who would be more impacted. So thank you.
I wanted to add to that, which is, that lower cost threshold is also for where you have relatively flat ground. It's easy to build. You don't have to build walls, all these other, and regardless of those situations, the fee is going to be what the fee is. So in some cases, it's actually going to be cheaper. I don't know that that's always going to be the case, right? But it was intended to sort of walk a line where, we're balancing between, the hard to build and the medium build and the easy to build situations for constructing sidewalk. Yeah.
So Tim, thank you. That's exactly the point that I was going to make. We're creating a program that's going to be treated universally across the city, but not every lot is the same. So our town is on the side of a hill, right? So if your sidewalk, the elevation that it needs to go in to comply with ADA standards happens to require removal of 5 feet of hillside dirt, that's not the price that you're hearing from the local builders community, that's $50 a foot or whatever. That's a substantially different project than putting a sidewalk on an existing flat piece of ground. But within our program here, we're trying to balance that across the city. We don't want to have 10 different versions. This part of the hill gets this rate, but this, we're trying to keep it simple and yet still reasonable. So that's
that makes complete sense. I appreciate the add-on, and also I appreciated this slide where it showed the 2-mile radius, because at first I was like, oh, that's not but it's the whole city. So thanks.
2/3. All right, we'll go to Drew and then Latricia.
Okay, I just want to figure out if I'm missing something or if it just seems so obvious to me, but it's not actually there. So we're discussing fee in lieu of. I am developing this property, but I don't want to put a sidewalk here because it's really stupid to put it here. But I also really hate the city's rate. Can I just build a sidewalk for the city somewhere else?
Yes, yes, absolutely. So that's the equivalent project or equivalent area specification.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss that or misunderstand that.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And I'm personally the most excited about that option because I would love to work with a developer and say, hey, everyone's complaining about this section of sidewalk right here. It's roughly the same size. Why don't you just go as part of your building project, go build that little piece there? And now city, we're not doing all the administrative costs of design and the extra bidding that goes into it and paying double the cost that the developer is paying. And the developer who has people that want to buy the home wants a walkable community in that area. And maybe it doesn't make sense right in front, but down the block and having a nice walkable neighborhood near where people live, there's benefit to that. That allows people are going to want to move there because of that walkability of that neighborhood.
Patricia, go ahead.
I appreciate the presentation and all the work that you guys have done. Well, Scott's off on vacation. Just kidding. Just kidding. He could have been at a conference, as far as I know. But my gut reaction. Great program. As you put myself out there as the example, a single mom that working paycheck to paycheck at times, raising kids. You want to add on to your house and then you have a substantial, it's 50% of the cost and it's already a house that's there and then you've budgeted but you didn't think about sidewalks. Great, this program is available. I personally, my gut reaction is the fees are too high. That's my gut reaction. If we're trying to encourage folks to do a voluntary program and we want to manage it, I don't think, I think that we need to consider that although we want to manage it, and there are additional costs for the city to go out and construct, but again, we have more flexibility to be able to utilize those funds and put sidewalks where we want them. So I'm concerned that the fees are too high and it's going to discourage people to jump up to want to participate in this voluntary program, especially when you're looking at that corner lot at $27,000 for infrastructure. I would be not wanting to purchase a corner lot. I'd be saying, no, we stay away from all corner lots. That's my gut reaction. And so I would be amenable to looking at reducing the fees for this because, again, we do not, the citizens who live in our community do struggle. We have a higher rate of people that are cost burdened when it comes to rental and mortgage. So I'm just concerned about that. Thank you.
Before I go back to you, Lindsay, I'm going to see if anyone else wants to speak. Everyone does. Okay, we'll go to Navarra and then John.
It's really exciting to see this come back to council officially. I remember hearing about it when I think you presented the first time, and it felt very exciting to be able to provide other opportunities. And so I'm really glad that it's before us now. My question is, and this also sort of to Drew's point might be an obvious question, but you mentioned Port Townsend. Does SQUIM have a fee in lieu program? Okay, so we would be the first. Okay.
They do, but it is limited. Sorry. They do, but it is limited to the area right in front of their building. So basically, it's a very narrow program where you can pay into this project, but it's going to be a project that addresses the area right in front of your proposed development. And so it's a very limited in scope. They have adopted it, but it does not allow for you paying into it and potentially those funds being used either on another project. So sorry.
John, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Really appreciate it. I want to echo Councilman Suggs' concerns about the price. I have 4 kids and my wife have full-time jobs, but that would discourage me a lot myself from making substantial improvements to my home if I had to pay that much, especially on a corner lot. So I would be a proponent of looking at a lower cost for those. The other thing I want to mention was, I drop my kid off at Franklin every morning, and I see them walking across streets that don't have crosswalks and sidewalks developed around those. So I would like those areas to be prioritized because I see dangerous crosswalks for kids all the time. And I've also seen elderly folks in our community fall and trip over sidewalks and crack their head open because they're not maintained or safe. So I would like to see the prioritization be around those spaces. Maybe some of the gaps you talked about do include those areas, but I like to see them around school zones and places like where elderly citizens walk a lot. So I just want to make those comments.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So I hear some concerns about significant improvements during renovations. We had initially thought about a threshold of 50% of the value of the existing structures. If we're talking about lowering the fees, is there also a possibility of increasing that threshold or changing that threshold based on, maybe it's 60%? Or I just wanted to maybe put that out and consider, rather than lowering the fees, do we shift the threshold for that, to ensure that we're not impacting families who are growing in other situations like that? Still, we're still getting the cost, or at least close to the cost of what it's going to take to build infrastructure, but offering some additional flexibility on the other end.
Yep. Okay. You're noted. So I like your creative thinking on the spot of a potential way to shift the burden in a way that still keeps the fee in a way at an amount that gets closer to the actual cost if we're the ones doing the work, which if the money's going into the pot means we're doing the work. One of the things that came up in UAC that I think is worth repeating, and you sort of alluded to it in your presentation tonight, but I think I want to say it more succinctly because I think one of the maybe the flip side of Nathan's point where we do have other funding mechanisms available for supporting people who, for covering that cost. I also think when we think about grants that we receive where the city needs to, has a match a component, having a fund like this potentially allows us to leverage that because we have a fund that is specifically for that and can be the match. And so I think that's another piece of this project that's exciting to me. And I'm perfectly happy with the idea that if someone said, I don't think the sidewalk in front of my house is the right idea, but I'm happy to build it over here, great, then we're still getting it built. We still have those kind of policy priorities. I would agree with John's policy priorities in terms of school routes and where concentrations of older folks might be living. So I think those two things to me are really important and exciting about this. I had another thought about the fee, but I don't remember what it is right now. So I will go back around and I have Lindsay down and then Drew.
I don't know if the two of you are going to take off before we get to the downtown sidewalk study, but I'd love to be able to ask the two of you about why we should hire Fairs and Peers instead of you to do the downtown sidewalk study. But I know that's not on point for this subject now. We have the fees charged by these other cities. but we don't have the data, or at least we haven't been presented with the data of how many developers choose to go with fee in lieu versus build sidewalks directly, or the other options that are available to them. So as we think about rates, and I know there's been a lot of conversation about rate, knowing the uptake of the program based on these different rates would be a valuable piece of information for us. So if that's possible and not too burdensome, I'd appreciate that. Thanks.
Drew, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have a few different questions and then also some comments. I do think I want to address the costs. I do think, and I apologize, but the idea of cost benefit, cost strain to the point of paycheck to paycheck, but having to come up with this. If you're doing $150,000 improvement as a single project and you're living paycheck to paycheck, you might want to rebudget how you do your stuff. That's a personal opinion though. So my first question is, do we currently require sidewalks for existing building improvements, or do we just require it for new construction?
So no, for like you're talking about remodels?
Something that would trigger the 50% extensive development.
Yeah, we don't currently have that definition. Right now, the only definition is if you're doing development and it's on an arterial street or school walking route, then it would trigger sidewalk. But the definition of development is very wide, very broad.
Okay.
So this actually provides more predictability of providing this definition of, you know, it's not really subjective at that point of when a sidewalk's needed or not.
Okay. So then my next question on that, and this is totally putting you guys on the spot, so you probably have no idea, but do you know roughly how many projects we do, say, annually that would be existing home improvements, existing site development that would be triggered by this new provision? And if you don't, that's fine. That's totally a random number that I realize you probably don't just know.
Question. It's a very good question. Sure.
So then with that, one of the things I was thinking of whether or not we just limit this to new construction development as opposed to tying it to specific permitted projects on existing structures. And then with the one caveat of that, that I've already seen with that idea is whether or not we have a carve out for adding ADUs to existing properties, new ADUs, not conversions of existing outbuildings to ADUs. I would hate, I'm really pushing ADUs as an easy way of development. And so to tie this onto an existing property and then put on a kit-made $140,000 ADU, and now suddenly I need $27,000 worth of sidewalks. I'm not putting an ADU on my corner lot. I have a corner lot. I wouldn't have been putting an ADU on my corner lot all of a sudden. So if we do research the idea of doing new construction only, I would suggest that we do have a carve out related to ADU construction on existing lots. That's all I have right now.
Thank you, Drew. Latricia?
Thanks for the apology there, Drew. Ahead of time, I really like that. But in regards to that, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd have to, reconsider. Yeah, but there are the smaller homes in town. When we talk about substantial, we have one down the street, young couple bought the house, but they had to gut the whole structure. It's a small, affordable, first-time buyer house. And I would imagine that this would have triggered that substantial development. I mean, they stripped everything down to the studs. So there are cases and stuff, but I do like that idea of the ADU carve out. So thanks for bringing that up.
And just to clarify, the intent with the substantial at 50% was to try to make the carve out for ADUs within that. It was kind of our estimate that you have a $400,000 home there. I don't know what the number is, but it wasn't going to cost $200,000 to build an ADU. But as Tim mentioned, if setting that at 70% instead of 50% or whatever that number is, that gives everyone more comfortability that it's not going to impact ADUs that we're focused on, then, you know, that could be definitely a change that could be made as well.
I had a question that I forgot, so I'll just email you when I think of it. But I want to say again, because I think you said this, and I want to make sure I heard it right, because I don't think I remember it from UAC, which doesn't mean you didn't say it there too. But if we were, did I hear you correctly, that this program could provide, while it is not the spirit of the rule, just in the nature of the rule, that if I'm developing a property and I'm required to put in sidewalks, and the sidewalk is the impermeable surface that triggers stormwater, I can avoid jumping into stormwater fees by building a sidewalk somewhere else in town, and it does not increase the impermeable surface on my property. Is that an accurate interpretation of?
Yeah, I think that the reference I was making is if someone paid the fee, not necessarily the equivalent area. I think that's a good question. We have to research on the equivalent area.
I'm glad I asked then.
But definitely on the fee perspective, it was, and this happens quite often actually, where you know, we're building the home on the lot, but then there's frontage improvement requirements of the sidewalk, and Washington State requires that we consider the whole development for the stormwater thresholds. So we're adding all the impervious surface on the site, you know, the home, but also the sidewalk and the driveway that's out in the right of way. And that a lot of times we're trying to get underneath the threshold, so then folks make their homes smaller or driveways smaller. And so a benefit that I was explaining would be, hey, if the sidewalk's pushing you over and the sidewalk doesn't make sense, fee and lieu it. Now I don't have that new hard surface I'm building, and all of a sudden I could put more hard surface on my lot that doesn't trigger the stormwater, the higher stormwater requirements.
Okay, so sort of is the answer to my question. Yeah, okay, thank you.
I also want to clarify that the cost to the developer, it is not going to be what we're looking at when we assess whether or not we accept an application. It's whether or not those improvements provide a benefit to the community, right?
Yes, and I understand that's the side of the coin that you're looking at. And I'm thinking, if I'm a developer, am I looking also at, is this a way to benefit the community and also make my project a little bit easier potentially? So, okay, thank you. Are there any, I think this is one of those things that we get way weedy for a long time, but we have lots of other things on our agenda. So, go ahead, Amy, with a real quick follow-up.
I just wanted to ask if you guys got what you needed from us.
I'm going to say no, because we did consensus.
I thought that might have been the case.
If there's any specific consensus that you have that you want us to incorporate into the ordinance, that would be helpful. It's always good to have very specific direction, but I think we've heard the general trends, and we're definitely going to work to incorporate some of those suggestions into the ordinance that we bring back.
And we have time, so this is not coming back at the next council meeting, it's the meeting after that. So you have some time to digest this, and if you hear from any other citizens, we have time to incorporate that into the final program to bring back to council.
Yes, and I will say I said this in UAC, but I really appreciate the extended timeline, because I think I am unlikely to be in a position. I have sidewalk in front of my house, so I'm unlikely to be using this program. And I think it's a really valuable program and can do a lot of good. And so I appreciate the extended time so that we can hear from people who will be using it. And I think this is one where we probably aren't going to make everybody happy, but if we can get to a best case scenario and get a program in place, I like the opportunity for a little more feedback from the community before we vote. So thank you. All right, let's take thank you very much. I should say that before. And if you want to hang out and talk about downtown, I can't give you that direction. You should talk to your boss.
I can't.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute break and then come back and move on.
All right. We should go ahead and get started. Oh, peanut butter. You did bring a lot of snacks. All right. Thank you all for that good discussion. Be excited to see what comes back. All right. Next, we have a presentation that will be very interesting. Matthew Wilson, and I see you have someone else with you, so hopefully you will introduce. From Serenity House is going to give us a presentation on a facilities update and point in time count. So take it away. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me. Madam Mayor, council people, I've never been here before, so this is my first time here, and thank you for having me. I'm Matthew Wilson. I'm from Port Angeles, and I've actually been here my whole life. So I'm a lifer. My dad was a lifer. My kids are all graduated, and we're all Port Angeles. Yeah, we're all here. Serenity House has also been around for a very long time, and what I'd like to invite first and foremost is that everybody to kind of go down a little trip with me. I've now worked for Serenity House for 1 year, and I've lived in Port Angeles for 48. In the last year, I've learned that I was shamefully ignorant of just what Serenity House does. In fact, I actually worked for Serenity House for over 4 months before I've understood almost the full breadth of what Serenity House does. Most people seem to know that Serenity House, in and of itself, if you're from Port Angeles, you know that we have our homeless shelter or our entry-exit shelter. So you know that we have an adult shelter. If you're from Squimlin, you know that we also have a Serenity thrift store. You know that we have, nervous. In Port Angeles, we have our shelter. In Squim, we have our thrift store. What I did not understand is that that's not anywhere near the breadth of what Serenity House actually does. The Serenity House actually does run 3 different permanent supportive housing sites. I'm sorry, I'm going off of the script a little bit here just to kind of get a brief understanding. We actually have 3 different permanent supportive housing sites. We also work in conjunction with other housing operators to be able to work in 2 different, the terminology, as opposed to permanent supportive housing, we do also have 2 different transitional housing programs that we work in conjunction with another housing support. And then one that's in-house. My big thing that I was trying to point out with and stumble around is that I have been here and I've lived in Port Angeles for a very long time, and I had no clue just what we actually do at Serenity House. So please let me give you the opportunity to not be as ignorant as I was for as long as I was. So apologies for that rambling. First and foremost, our mission is to reduce homelessness in Clallam County. We do so by providing resources for people to prevent eviction, receive funds for rental assistance, and shelters for families and adults. I would like to point out that that is not just permanent supportive housing. We do run 3 different apartment complexes. We do run permanent supportive housing, but we also do eviction prevention. We do rapid rehousing. We pay people, we pay the needs necessary, the arrears, to keep people housed. If a person is in a position where they cannot make their rent, we help them. We negotiate on their behalf. We speak to their landlords. We do whatever we can to keep people housed. So what Serenity House does is we put roofs over heads. That's what we do. Our customers are your neighbors, friends, family members that are currently homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. I would change that to say they are us. I don't know if there's a single person here who has not personally been affected by housing insecurity. I cannot say that. My family has been close. My mother was actually displaced. Family members have been homeless. This is an actual issue in everywhere, not just our community, but is absolutely big in our community. So I would not say that this is your neighbors, your family. This is not a you, us thing. It is an us thing. It is our neighbors. It's our family. Our responsibility to Clallam County is to collect, provide, and represent data for the at-risk population within our community. To do so, we serve the county we serve on county and state committees that plan and respond to annual needs for social services, housing, and shelters. We serve all people that qualify without prejudice, and some more than once. We serve people. We don't serve demographics. We serve people. We serve them as they come. We serve them the best we can. If that works.
There's a little bit of a delay sometimes, so give it a chance to.
Oh, there we go. So this does actually break down some of the demographics of the services that we do. Some of what Serenity House doesn't really show, you don't see as much the coordinated entry. You see the shelter. You can see the 618 people that we've helped in our shelter. You can see where we've actually helped in our housing, 132 people, because those are people that you see. But you don't always see the 2,267 people that are helped through our coordinated entry, because those are landlords that are being paid on behalf of tenants that are going to lose their houses otherwise. Those you don't see, but those are absolutely who we help, and they are our family. They are our neighbors. They are our friends. So in this last year, coordinated entry served 2,394 clients through, the slide says 7, there's actually 8 programs listed, tracked in the homeless management or the HMIS system. And those are through our consolidated homeless grant, our eviction prevention, our housing essential needs or HEN, our 55 plus program, our Clallam County Families Fund, our housing and recovery through peer support or HARPS, our youth homeless demonstration program, and our system of care grant. Apologies. I never understood why people needed water until I came up here. For our different programs, for people to actually receive assistance, they do actually have to qualify for our programs. And the main qualifiers for our permanent supportive housing is they do actually have to be under 30% AMI, that is the average median income. I believe in Clallam County right now, that is about 26,000. I'm going to be, please don't hold me to that. But roughly, they have to actually have their annual income, their median income, below 30% of the average median income. They also have to have a qualifying disability. And for our permanent supportive housing, they also would have to be actually homeless for 11 months or more. So they would actually have been a great deal of lived experience for them to be able to qualify for our permanent supportive housing. And for our permanent supportive housing, that is, actually that's going to be in our later slide, excuse me. For our coordinated entry, we help not only those who qualify for our permanent supportive housing, but those who, where there is the supply for our housing, but also those where we don't have the housing necessary to house them. We do still help them with rental and utility arrears, move-in cost, rental subsidies, referrals to Section 8, assistance with landlords where we would negotiate on their behalf as opposed to an eviction, referrals to other agencies for assistance that we are not able to offer, clothing, and also referrals to partner agencies for substance use, mental and medical disorders, and health. We are not a medical facility. We do housing. We put roofs over heads. That's what we do. In our permanent supportive housing, you can see in the slide here, we have our Sunbelt apartments out in Sequim. We are looking to increase our Sunbelt apartments to increase the size to hopefully be able to accommodate and help more. We do have our Maloney Heights and our Evergreen Family Village in Port Angeles. They are near our shelter, and the Serenity Corps is the program that is a transitional program that we use, that we work in conjunction with another housing resource. Serenity Corps, is actually a transitional housing program, where it's a 2-year program that requires sobriety, and it has increased engagement through the entire program. Our permanent supportive housing programs are permanent supportive housing. These are people's homes. They have to qualify to be there, but once they are qualified, they are their homes. So there is a difference between transitional and supportive. Again, I'm trying to clarify things because these are things that it took me a while to learn. We do actually have 61 total units of rental units with Serenity House or within Serenity House. Apologies. They are all currently fully housed. We do not tend to have a vacancy for very long. Whenever a vacancy does happen, we do use the coordinated entry system and a by name list meeting to identify who has the most need at the time, and we assess the need and we address the need. Our homeless shelter, night by night, or an entry exit shelter as is now labeled, actually has served 618 people over this last year. And that is bed nights. That is also 3 meals. The overall assigned bed nights for the year was 42,679. That is how many total people were in beds overnight. So you look at the 618 people, many of them were repeat for many times over the year to be able to get up to that 42,679 bed nights. 3 meals a day for a great deal of people has gone up to over 50,000 meals. And where we have issues where we have potential challenges with our grants with food and with SNAP benefits, we are concerned with just what that's going to mean going forward. We help whoever needs help, and we may need help in providing that help. So, and apologies, these slides will be available in the packet afterwards. I will be skipping some of it, but again, I'm trying to hit the key points to get the information. With our Serenity Thrift Store, our thrift store actually has not only the main store, but it also has a showcase with larger appliances, an appliance center, and a showcase with larger furniture and the like. The proceeds from our thrift store actually cover 10% of our program's funding. Also, it has been a wonderful opportunity to donate starting house goods, furniture, and the like for a lot of the different families that are just starting out. Those are the ones that are going into our permanent supportive housing. They're not the ones that we do for all community, otherwise we would have nothing left in our thrift store. But also the 10% that goes to our program funding is extremely valuable because they're non-restricted funds. As many people are aware, grants do have a lot of ties to them. They are restricted to what they're exactly allowed to be used for. The 10% that goes to our program from our thrift store is extremely valuable because it is non-restricted. As far as our funding goes, where it goes is we give back to our community. As I said before, a lot of our funding is actually going to help support people staying in their homes, going to landlords, paying arrears, etc. We also employ 69 people and provide competitive wages and benefits. That stays in our community. Serenity House is funded by 81% by state and federal grants, 10% by our thrift store, 5% by private donations, 3% by rents on permanent supportive housing and permanent housing, and 1% from private foundation grants. Our goal is to increase our private contributions to continue operations if the government funding is removed. That is always a concern, no matter what administration, but at current, it is a definite concern. So as far as that risk, budget cuts due to federal changes in state funding, shortfall does actually put many of our programs at risk, and the scale of our programs are at risk with federal budget cuts. Serenity House is funded 81% through Commerce. Our contracts have been let for 2 years for consolidated homeless funds, and we'll still need to raise another $400,000 to maintain the programs for rental assistance and shelters. This is a fairly persistent need at present. Between grants and our fundraising, we fairly persistently need almost $100,000 per site for our 3 permanent supportive housing and 1 for our shelter, leaving us with approximately a $400,000 gap that is needing private funding and donations and another funding source that is more viable and renewable. Sorry, to me. There we go. So what can you do to help? We have started a Serenity House Advocate program. And what we're looking at there is we're trying to find people who are willing to commit to $15 per month. At present in the state of Washington, the minimum wage is more than $15 per hour. We're asking for $15 per month commitment from 3,000 people. The overall outreach and the effect that Serenity House gives and the number of people that we directly help and support is well above 3,000. We're asking for 3,000 people to step up and support way more than 3,000. But what that $15 per month would do is that would actually completely close that $400,000 gap. And that would give us unrestricted funds to be able to meet the needs of our community. The last slide here on this is a huge thank you to all of the partners that we have so far and that we've had in the past. Everyone listed there has been an amazing help with Serenity House. So if you don't mind, I'd like to pause just for a moment for questions and we'll switch to the other presentation and then we'll go into what the actual pit count is. Just for clarification and for so people are aware of what a pit count is a point in time count. As it is right now, has been once per year. Serenity House has been the point contact for the point in time count. And what that is in one day, we facilitate multiple sites and we actually do a snapshot count of all homeless in Clallam County as best we can. And we do that currently, it's been once a year. So I do have the current numbers for the pit count and we'll be sharing with in the next slide presentation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions so far as I stumble around?
You did a great job. Questions from council. Amy, go ahead.
I have two questions. One is, I know you're trying to be brief, but if you could maybe talk a little bit about the family shelter that you guys run. I know the community is aware of the overnight shelter, and have some of their opinions, but the family shelter from experience is really successful and really fast. And if you wanted to speak to that. My second question would be, I saw the City of Port Angeles emblem on the that last slide there, and I wanted to ask how is the city supporting you?
Thank you for both of those questions because that both gives me the opportunity to thank the City of Port Angeles where the block grants that we have used we had received a block grant to be able to re-roof our Evergreen Family Village. We had actually re-roofed 3 of the 4 buildings and we just actually received the block grant to be able to do the last of them. So thank you, City of Port Angeles. That is literally helping us keep roofs over heads. So thank you. And the other thing, and thank you for the opportunity and reminding me to speak on the family shelter. It is the only family shelter in Clallam County. There isn't another one that I'm aware of. There's adult shelters elsewhere, but there is only one family shelter in Clallam County, and that is our Evergreen Family Village. We have 2 apartment complexes that are subdivided into 2 sections, so we can have 4 families at a time. They split an apartment. But that's it. That is our family shelter. So if people are displaced, they are homeless, and they are a family, there's 2 halves of an apartment in all of Clallam County. And that is at Serenity House.
Sorry, just because my work in the field also, from my understanding, folks that go into the family shelter exit into permanent housing within 60 days. Yes. I think that's a pretty huge to talk about too. So thanks.
Thank you. The residential managers at Serenity House and at EFV do an amazing job trying to work case management along with them to do progressive engagement to try and really work to help individuals really get the base necessary for them to be set up to succeed. And that I feel is a wonderful program for that.
Thank you. John, go ahead.
Thank you.
I just had a question about the permanent supportive housing. I hope you could talk more about what services do the people who are in those housings get in terms of counseling, a lot of kind of stuff. So I hope you can talk more about that.
So wonderful. The permanent supportive housing, this is actually one of the things that is in a state of, almost a state of flux between federal and state. In permanent supportive housing in the state of Washington, we cannot enforce or force any type of engagement. We cannot force any program whatsoever. It is entirely voluntary. However, we absolutely have voluntary everything we possibly can. We reach out to PBH and every other agency that we can to be able to get them in touch with and have that full wraparound service. However, it has to be voluntary for anything that is actually a permanent supportive housing. The transitional housing, because that is actually a sober program, we are able to put more stipulations on that. We are able to do more of a progressive engagement. But a permanent supportive housing, that is their home. And we do everything we can to make them feel that that is their home.
Latricia?
I was just curious where you talked about trying to get 3,000 people to commit to $15 a month. What's your plan for marketing, reaching out to the community to sell that as an opportunity for, because I mean, we are coming up to the end of the year and there's a lot of people that like to dig deep to meet tax requirements, to donate and stuff. So I was curious about that. And sometimes too, large employers will also blast emails out. Here's things that you can donate to, and they'll automatically take it out of your check. Yeah. So is there going to be are you guys going to try to coordinate with larger employers or an employer to see if that is something? I mean, I think that's great considering what's happening at the federal level, which is trickling down and impacting our vulnerable population in the city of Port Angeles and impacting our grants, reduction in SNAP services, reduction in Medicaid services to citizens that are struggling to even, again, make ends meet, or they're overburdened, they're just overburdened on everything. And so these wraparound services are being pulled back, impacting. So one way is me as a citizen to stick it back to the government is, well, I'm going to invest in my community myself. So I am hoping that we'll all get mad enough to say, I'm going to invest in my community and I'm not going to let the federal government take it. And I don't know if that's just me imaginary. I mean, it's not like they're going to take my $15 anyway, but I'm sure they'd find some way to give it as a tax break to somebody who doesn't need it. So I'm curious what your marketing plan was on that.
Well, I did actually go and I was at the kickoff for United Way's employee contribution campaign, and that was something that I had run for Costco Wholesale. I worked for Costco Wholesale for 17 years, so if I look familiar to people, that's probably where you know me. And I'd run that employee contribution program for quite some time. I look forward to trying to engage with everybody in the community to really kind of get out there. And in my current role, I was originally hired as the housing operations manager. I'm currently the business development manager for Serenity House. And I've taken it upon myself as a challenge for myself to really work on making sure that more of the community knows what we do and really has the opportunity to support it. We do also have our fall fundraising event happening November 7th at the Field Arts and Events Hall. And that will be an opportunity for a lot of that type of larger donations.
All right, let's get on to the second presentation.
So with the point in time count that, as I said before, is done every year, this actually shows the trend line over the last few from 2022 to 2025. You can actually see the blue is the unsheltered, the orange is the sheltered, and the gray is the overall total. From 2022, we went from 179 total homeless to, in 2025, 310. That is an increase of over 70%. We are seeing a huge spike, a huge increase, and a consistent increase. So homelessness has grown from 2022 to 2025 by 131 individuals. The 2024 count guidelines added transitional housing, added transitional housing to the PIT count. Gender identity is 62% male, 37% female, 1% other, and ethnic distribution reflects our county's demographic, as will be shown in the next slide. As will be shown in the next slide. There we go. This simply shows the race and ethnicity of our PIT count. The largest pie at 79.17%. Yes, excuse me. Being white, 8.33%, being American Indian, 4.17%, being client doesn't know or prefers not to answer, and 8.33% multiracial. I see that all just one big slide saying people. We help people. As well, showing from our PIT count, we show that our seniors have actually gone. This last year, we had an interesting happening with our seniors. We had actually seen less of them being unsheltered, but we actually saw more of them in the homeless shelter. So we see that many of our seniors have actually become sheltered, not unsheltered, but are still homeless or home insecure. So the concerns are that we've seen seniors actually moving into the shelter. The shelter percentage of over 55 in the shelter is 35%. In discussions with Olympic Peninsula Community Clinic that provides medical services at the shelter, there are at least 12 that should actually be in nursing homes. Unfortunately, we do not have the facility or the program to move them to. We don't. We are not a nursing facility. We do not have a place to move those people who have a greater need. We have 10 that should have home care aid, and this service is provided or was provided for the first time in the shelter in 2024. We actually have OPCC coming in and helping with our medical needs on a weekly basis because we try and take care of people. However, I will point out again, we are not a medical facility. We do roofs. We put roofs over heads. This continues to be a problem as the people must have the ability to feed and care for themselves, and many of our aging population start to lose that capability. And as they lose that capability, we again have limited or no option as to what to do with them. In 2025, our total unsheltered was 176. The demographic shows the aging difference or the aging demographic of those unsheltered. And I'll leave you to peruse the information as you see fit. The biggest things I was wanting to draw attention to, I believe that's this one here. Yes. The age distribution, if you look at the largest two graphs or largest two bars here, those are age 55 plus. And I don't believe that any of us are a Benjamin Button. None of us age backwards, and all of us are going to get older. And this demographic that currently already does not have a proper path to success is just going to get older and is going to need more. And they're going to need more than just shelter, and we provide shelter. So I would like to point that out in as clear terms as possible that that is a definite need that we'll be needing to address. I believe that is, yes. Any other questions? And I can go back to any of the slides if there are any specific.
Let's see, Latricia, Amy, we'll start there.
When you mentioned the 12 that probably should be in a care facility, do you guys engage home community service and adult protective services to try to get the state to commit to providing services or to get them into proper care?
Every person at Serenity House is a mandatory reporter. If we see a person at risk, whether it be a child or an adult, they CPS or APA, Adult Protective Services, APS, will be called.
Are they responsive to those when you're saying this person needs a care greater than what the shelter can provide? I know Adult Protective Services seems like you should call them like 10, 12 times before they'll respond, but coordinating with home community services, which are services for adults, I don't know if they are responsive. A lot of times they're like, well, what are their assets? You have to fill out applications, blah, 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 and then wait to be determined if they're eligible or not. But is there services like part of that wraparound services to do that?
We have actually, I was originally hired on at Serenity House as an operations manager for housing, and I had 6 RMs or residential managers that directly reported to me. And I challenged each of them to basically get as involved as possible with each of the different wraparound service providers. And we have definitely done so. Over the last year, we have engaged with Adult Protective Services in various different occasions and have had a few good success stories and a few stories of frustration. But every situation is its own. But we have absolutely had some really good successes with Adult Protective Services and community paramedics and a lot of the other wraparound services in the area.
Okay, but I'm asking about home community services, not adult protective services. Home community services.
I'm not as familiar with.
Home community services, it's like instead of going to DSHS, you're a young family, you need you're struggling with food insecurity, so you apply for food stamps or health. Home community services for adults, for your senior population. Yeah. So that's where you would go to say, hey, here's home community services. So they focus on the seniors. Home community service, and they're just west of DSHS in the old Evergreen Meats.
I know our coordinated entry actually has a services or a resources packet that they have for anybody, any client that has all of the different community services and resources that are available to anybody. And we try and make sure, much like when we have a person who's coming in who is potentially going to be evicted, we do everything we can first and foremost to help them not get evicted. When a person comes in and they're in any way, food instability, housing instability, whatever, we immediately try and get them tied into what services are going to be able to.
Right. No, I get that. I was just focusing on the elders. Right. The home community services focuses more on elders. Okay, thank you.
We'll go to Amy.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to organize my thoughts here. So when I think what my colleague is talking about is like home health coming in. And actually it was 2024 where Serenity House actually got some folks that would come in. Before they had the respite center, they were refusing to say that the shelter was home, so they weren't coming in to provide care. But now that they do have the respite center, they have the 6 beds for folks who are healing after surgery or something like that. So they will come and provide service in that way. And I just wanted to, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to, but I am participating in a feasibility study with a couple of other stakeholders to talk about whether or not we have the capacity to increase those numbers of beds for individuals. And I think the biggest problem is that if anyone is interested in a retirement gig, what we need is folks who are willing to be honest and be guardians of individuals that don't have family and potentially also have dementia, which has been a very difficult piece of that. wanted to just highlight something on one of your slides about during the pit count, how they recently added in 2024 the transitional housing. And that's important to note because our numbers might look higher because we're counting in different places than we've been able to in previous years. So transitional housing, as well as incarceration and in treatment, and those were not counted in previous years. So important.
And if I may, I would also like to point out, I've been very encouraged by Councilperson Miller's involvement, and I'd like to encourage all our council people to be involved. Information is important, and we'll be happy to provide information.
Thank you. Navarro, go ahead.
So just to follow up on what Councilmember Miller said regarding the numbers of the skyrocketing numbers in the pit count, is that it's not actually that we have potentially hundreds of more homeless people in this community. It's really that those people hadn't been counted in the same way previously, correct?
There is still an increase in addition, but that is a large portion, or a portion of where that increase had come from is because of how it was counted as well. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming. It's always appreciated. And thank you for the work that you're doing. And thank your team. All right. That brings us to item I2. And I am going to go to Brian for that one.
So thank you, Mayor and Council. I think the memos list in detail our police department interactions and connections, city connections with Homeland Security. So possibly what questions might any of you have about that?
Lindsay, I'll let you go ahead. Sure.
Yeah, thank you so much for preparing this. It's really valuable to see the different ways that the city interacts with Department of Homeland Security and its different sub-agencies. Back in 2000, the 2000 decade, the aughts, I guess, Border Patrol got a lot more funding following 9/11 and the USA Patriot Act, and they started to do blanket checkpoints on the highway between Port Angeles and Forks. They started kidnapping people out of the Thriftway grocery store in Forks, different places. And one of the ways that local law enforcement and Border Patrol were interacting at that point was that Border Patrol would be called for interpretation services. So, that I think it leads into some of the ideas in Keep Washington Working and, not using state resources for immigration enforcement. So one question I have out of this is that that U.S. Border Patrol agents occasionally assist PAPD, Port Angeles Police Department, with traffic control at collisions or with search or arrest warrant service. That's not the same as interpretation service because that doesn't necessarily suggest that Border Patrol is through the city of Port Angeles coming in contact with people who they suspect of immigration violations. But it is bringing Border Patrol on scene in a way that they have access that they might not otherwise have access to. So I am curious about how what the limits are of that work. Where do we say we're drawing the line? Because it does look like, we call them in as local law enforcement who have additional resources when we are over capacity, which we often are. But, where do we say, that you're not doing immigration enforcement when you're on a PAPD call? I guess is kind of my question.
So if I understand your question, any agency that assists us in directing traffic, I'm not really sure how that person would have access to anybody. So that's what that description is. It's like traffic control. We've never used Border Patrol for interpreters for PAPD. And if you remember, the Justice Department
revised their policy pre-Keep Washington Working Act that really limited their ability to do it anyway. I've been here 17 years. We don't use them as interpreters. And your other question, like warrants, like I just generically said warrants. Many of the warrants I'm thinking of are actually involving like OpNet drug warrants, and it's occasional assistance because they don't assist on those very often. So a warrant in a drug case would be an area of overlapping jurisdiction, right? They have jurisdiction over drug investigations just like we do. So again, providing like outside assistance on that would be what I'm talking about. Like it's not really giving anybody any access to person. And I'm trying to think of any immigration activities I've seen in modern times. I can't come up with any that we're involved with that I've seen happen, with the exception, it's in my memo, the port of entry is immigration enforcement that happens every day of the week. And it's a good example because we're around it and we know the whatever the boundaries of our authorities, and we're not involved in immigration enforcement down there. Unless like if there was a situation where local law enforcement would be outside their authority, that would probably be the place, and we're not. So I just think it's a good example to kind of address your concerns.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Are there other questions? Amy, go ahead.
Guess I have a question, not specifically regarding the memo, which was really helpful. Thank you. It's just a reminder for me. I feel like that was pretty clear. But in some of the public comments that we've received, maybe here, but also in email, there's been some ask for city council to require law enforcement to wear uniforms and drive marked vehicles. And I have some thoughts on that, but I guess I just wanted to throw it out there to see, Chief, if you had any thoughts or reaction to that.
So, Councilmember, why would you, and I'm asking you this with all due respect, why would you actually require our detectives or me or the deputy chief based on this to wear uniforms all the time and drive marked vehicles? Okay, what we do with our, there's nothing to do with this federal issue. And I think it's been pointed out, our federal partners don't have to, they're not under our supervision. So I've heard the public comments as well, and I don't think people maybe understand really who's doing what and who's wearing a uniform and who isn't, and who's driving a marked vehicle and who isn't. And I would encourage people to, address their concerns directly to those agencies about their practices. But again, that I don't drive a marked vehicle, but I drive a police vehicle, as does my deputy and as do our detectives. And I'm pretty sure we're not the issue here. So I would be really encouraged to follow what I'm saying. Thank you.
I appreciate that. That is also the point I guess I was trying to make, is that that the concerns on those individuals who are not identifying themselves are not something that we can create rules around.
Thank you. Are there other comments? All right. Well, thank you, Chief, for this information. It is really helpful, and it is in the packet. So if others are interested but haven't had a chance to look at it, it will be on the website.
Thank you, Mayor Council.
Yeah. Nora?
Sorry, I kind of want to, I guess, close this out. I think I also really appreciate the information. I think this will be continue to be an issue, both for us as a council, us as a community. And I think, as we hear all the time, we're in a fairly ever-changing federal landscape and state landscape where we need to be able to react quickly and responsibly in ways where we're able to assure our community that they're going to be safe. And I think that's a very difficult position to be in, and a difficult place to be. I really appreciate getting this, because there were places that I hadn't really considered our involvement, such as with the Coast Guard, and being able to remind our community that ourselves and our community that there are a lot of touch points that we have with the federal government, and people like the Coast Guard are increasingly providing immigration services in ways that they hadn't been doing a year ago. And so I hope that this is not the last time that we will talk about this, that we will continue to look at the ways that, that we are relating to the continuation of potentially harmful policies towards some members of our community based on immigration status. I continue to be hopeful that our federal partners and our federal delegation will be able to update us on the things that they have learned, particularly when it comes to issues around the detention facilities, one of which is here in Port Angeles. And so I think there are these elements that it's important for us to keep aware of and keep apprised of. And even if, I think this was certainly a good start. I think there are probably other places that within our city that do have a relationship in some way with those agencies that maybe weren't articulated in this packet that I would continue to like to know about or like to know about those things. And I think that at some point, our council is going to have to make some hard decisions as a council about which directions that we are going to be moving towards, though I don't think that that is what any of us really have before us. And I think for our community, it's important to know, as watching us as leaders who are very privileged sitting here today, who, I at least do not have to worry about my immigration status. And so I feel that responsibility to be able to speak for those members of our community who might be more concerned. But that just because we aren't taking action tonight doesn't mean that this issue isn't important to us or doesn't continue to be important to us, or doesn't mean that we aren't trying to come up with ideas that are right sized to our community as we are all trying to work together. And so I think, just because there isn't any motions being put forth right now does not mean that this is the last time that we're going to talk about these kinds of issues, or that I'm confident that council members, in their own capacities, will continue to be responsive to members of the public and bring things to our attention when they become available.
Thank you, Navarra. Well said. All right. Let me get my agenda is here. Lots of. All right. Next is I3. That is the joint task force with PUD. And I'm going to go to Nathan for that to start.
So Mayor and Council, this is follow-up to our June 3rd joint meeting with Clallam County PUD. And as you may recall, towards the end of that meeting, there was discussion about the opportunity for a subcommittee to further the discussion on some of the important items that were discussed during that work session. So as follow-up to that meeting, we've seen a number of additional actions, including on July 8th, we saw the Utility Advisory Committee recommend that we move forward with a joint task force that effectively is one and the same as the subcommittee that was discussed. Additionally, Mayor Dexter and I had the opportunity to meet with Chairman Hayes as well as Manager Worthington and discussed a number of priorities that subcommittee should focus on, including joint efforts on alternative energy projects, joint purchasing and bidding opportunities, and joint efforts regarding respective Bonneville Power Administration contracts. And so tonight we are asking council to appoint 2 to 3 individuals to participate in that subcommittee, and we will be staffing that subcommittee as necessary, dependent on the subject matter of the discussions, and we anticipate quarterly meetings for that subcommittee. So I'd be happy to answer any other additional questions, and hopefully council can select a few individuals to appoint to the committee.
Okay, I just want to throw out an idea I had today, and I'm happy to have people say no, but wanted to ask if there is any interest in waiting until January to just add this as a permanent assignment and assign council members to it. I'm happy to have a vote tonight on a couple of people to 2-3 council members to join, and maybe we get one meeting in this quarter and then add it in January. I just wanted to throw that out, as I know things are busy for a lot of people. I'd be happy to add it as I think this motion allows us to add it as an item on the list that you actually have before you, because it ties into the next discussion point. Just want to throw that out. If there's interest in doing that, I'm also happy to take action tonight. Drew?
My preferred choice would be if we can wait until January, wait until January. We know that there will be at least one change on council. So that would make the most sense. That being said, not to throw people under the bus, but to totally throw people under the bus, my recommendation is you just force the people who are in UAC to be on the PUD one as well.
All right. Well, that's an easy solution, so I appreciate you throwing out something that's not complicated. Latricia?
Well, it doesn't say on here when you would start meetings, right? So, I mean,
it hasn't been.
You could still appoint and at least just have it formed. And yeah, we're going to have one new person on there, and we're just going to add his name to everything. I mean, being a new council member, I mean, he's like the person that comes late to the party. They get assigned party dishes. So, I mean, I don't see why we should wait. We just get it set up. So when January comes around, everybody's good to roll with it. That's all. I mean, since you're not going to meet, or the goal is not to meet until
right. So your point is well taken, and I don't want to cut off other people's opportunities to discuss. And I'm happy to, as I said, I'm happy to assign. To me, the value of waiting isn't about not having the meeting. It's about the fact that in January, there will be a whole reshuffle potentially of boards and committees, because we won't have Lindsay. So his positions will be open. Brendan's positions are open. And there may or may not be full capacity to fill those right now based on people's availability. And that if we do it in January, there's the complete reshuffle, and the people that are on UAC right now, we could just say, let's have one meeting with the folks on the UAC before the end of the year. But then it's going to be new people in January. So that was my thought, is while that's a quarter away, it's a really busy quarter. And if we wait, then it's the people who are on it, they start, and it's the full 2 years. So that's just I'm happy to hear feedback from others as well. Anyone? No one else? Drew, go ahead.
I'll just reiterate the fact that in January, we know we have one brand new council member. We have a newer council member that will get assignments, and technically 3 of us are running for election. So we may or may not be here come January either. So there will be a reshuffle in January, one way or the other.
Lindsay, I was going to ask you anyway. So
yeah, I will end back here, but just to move things along, I move at our first meeting in January to appoint 2 to 3 council members to serve on a joint task force between the City of Port Angeles and Clallam County Public Utility District Number 1.
Second.
All right. That will, if we pass that motion, that will help with the shuffle, because somebody will be assigned, and then it's after that meeting that the mayor makes council assignments. I think it's fine to do the appointment then, and we just make that note in the appointment list. So, any further discussion on the motion? Go ahead, Amy.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the motion?
Yes. Go ahead.
The motion is the recommended motion at the first meeting of January. And I'll add, I didn't realize we do the appointments at the second meeting of January, so it might make sense to change this to the second meeting instead of the first.
I amend the motion to be the first meeting in February?
I think we just...
Second meeting in February.
So
January.
If I can propose...
I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning.
Yeah,
I amend the motion to be the correct. I amend the motion for when we have our 2-year conversation regarding assigned boards, committees, and commissions.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, that's better. Then it's whenever it is. Thank you. All right, is there any discussion on the motion?
Okay. So we have a motion, if I can get it right, to add the joint task force between the City of Port Angeles and the Clallam County Public Utility District to the list of boards and commissions and make the assignment when those committees are assigned. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition.
Me.
Okay. Then all those in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Opposed?
Me. No.
Okay. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, hold on. We have, I got to keep track of where we are here. We are at the, I-5. We have a new council member. We have positions that were vacated, and you're going to hear the same thing from me for this. We have positions that are open. We have a couple of positions that, couple of committees that Brendan served on, and now I can't find my paper. Thank you. That don't have alternates, but Clallam Transit does. And we have a new council member who has different availability than Brendan did. And so my recommendation was simply that for these boards and commissions, where there are alternates that I wanted to just check in and see, I think it's just Navarra and me, that we can continue to fill those spots so that those boards have representation. And it does look like, Navarra, you are the alternate for the chamber. And then so the two that would be left undone would be Papa. I think that's it, actually. Yes, go ahead, Navarra.
I almost called you Your Honor, which shows you how long I've been up this morning. Mayor, I now have an early schedule in for work, and if somebody else could fill the Chamber of Commerce appointment, I would really appreciate that. It looks like Drew is gung ho.
I've been gunning for that one for a while.
I don't know that we need to have a vote. I think we can be kind of relaxed about this, but is there any opposition to Drew filling that for the next 3 months? Okay, so my point was going to be that all of this is going to get reshuffled in January anyway, with at least, I mean, it won't be necessarily a complete reshuffle, but there will likely be some shuffling. And rather than having, rather than appointing a new full-time person for Clallam Transit, they already know where the alternates. We can show up. We can alternate if we need to. I'm going to be there for tomorrow's meeting. If Drew is willing to cover the chamber, I think we just then put those positions back in the cycle in January. Go ahead.
Regarding Papa, do you know, it just says it meets on the second Tuesday, but because John doesn't have an assignment, if that's in the evening or if that is something that would work with John's schedule, it seems reasonable to.
That's true. And I didn't mean to leave you out of it. I was just trying to I looked at it and I was like, this is going to be a puzzle that then is just going to get busted up and have to be put back together in a different way in January. Latricia?
Just to correct something on here, Lindsay and I switched for Street Ecosystem Recovery Network. I'm the rep and he's the alternate.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we actually did that as a council motion, so that just needs to be changed on here. I would also say that Councilmember Hamilton should advocate for any of these committees if you want, and I know it's 3 months from some other changes on council, but, you want to cover UAC for me for the next 3 months?
UAC is at 3:00 on Tuesdays. I don't know if you can make it by 3. On one, it's the second Tuesday of the month.
I can do that.
All right. Are you serious about that?
I was half joking, but I'm serious.
Sorry, I'm laughing with my microphone on. Okay, so if you are serious about that, then we can assign, now we might need a motion. I can't find the, should be on the back, it's alphabetical. Okay, so we could make, just put Hamilton in here. So assign,
I do serve as an alternate on that, but it would be great if John wanted, council member
yes.
Hamilton wanted to be the rep.
Okay. You can vie for a full spot in January if you want. And then could we, I did not ask when Papa meets. Do we know or have that information handy? Would you be interested in Peninsula Area Public Access if it is at a time that, would you be willing to serve on that at least through the end of the year if it's at a time that works for your schedule? Oh, it's the second Tuesday. Might be a conflict with you.
So Mayor, I believe that time has likely changed. I know that there's been a number of changes with that organization, including a name change, which you'll see in the background section of the memo. The new name is North Olympic Community Media.
Right.
And unfortunately, I do not have the latest information or knowledge as to whether they're continuing to meet regularly, but we can certainly find out. And if John can make it work, we can make that happen.
Okay, so it sounds like we have the following changes, and maybe we do just need a motion. Let me make a quick note here. I'm going to call it Papa just for the sake of the discussion tonight, and we'll update it. Okay, so what it looks like we have is Drew will, as far as like real changes, Drew will be the rep for the rest of the remainder of the year for the chamber, and John will replace Lindsay on Utility Advisory Committee, and if the schedule allows, will take the North Olympic Community Media Committee. Okay, do you want a motion on that?
Moved.
Yeah, thank you. Perfect.
Second.
Excellent. Any further discussion? Okay, so be thinking, this is a good reminder for everyone else who is not up for election to be thinking about what you're interested in. And we will go ahead and vote. All those in, let's see, anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Yes, Drew.
I just had a quick question more directed towards staff. It's been 2 years since I've had a new assignment. Do you usually reach out to the representative to let them know that there is a new council member, or should I just email Mark?
So Carrie Martinez Bailey, our city clerk, will typically reach out to that organization and officially let them know that city council has appointed you in that particular representation role.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, well, we will see you at the Winter Ice Village. Okay. All right, next, we do have 2 items under J. We have the Freight Mobility Strategic Investment Board grant. And hold on just a minute. That is probably Scott Curtin. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. We are on page J1 of your packet. So this is the 2025 to 27 Freight Mobility Strategic Investment Board, TR 1799, SR 117, truck route at US 101 Interchange Improvements Project. So this is kind of an example of persistence within the department. I know this one's been on the books for quite a while as an unfunded project, and Jonathan and our team have been successful in obtaining this grant. Before I go through the rest, do you mind indulging? I know Jonathan's team worked really hard on this one, so I'd like to, it's been on the books for a while, so just a brief summary, if you would, on how we got to where we are today, please.
a particularly exciting moment. It's as it mentioned, it's been a project that's been in the capital facility plan for about 20 years as an unfunded project. There was a lot of work on this back prior to the car tab initiatives, if you remember way back, and all kinds of state funding got cut, and then nothing happened after that. So I learned a lot about this project when I got here, kind of looking at the history. And I know talking to some council members 5 or 6 years ago, it's like we really need to get this project moving. And so probably about 5 years ago, we started actively trying to find grants, and we struck out a lot of times. So it was challenging. So it's particularly exciting though, because there's a lot that this project can do for the overall transportation in the city of Port Angeles. When you think about the Tumwater truck route right now, the interchange only goes in one direction. It was basically built back in the day of thinking about log traffic from the west getting to the Port of Port Angeles. And that was kind of like the nexus of why that truck route interchange was built as it was. And so this project that has been in the CFP for 20 years is to make that a full directional interchange. So in other words, if you're traveling on 101 and you want to get down to the Port of Port Angeles and you're going westbound, you can make kind of a right turn and go down the hill and get down to the waterfront in the Port of Port Angeles. Or if you're down in the port area and you want to go up the hill, there'll be a ramp that will take you to the east. So you can go to the east towards the eastern part of the city. So this is one of the first steps really in kind of revisioning how we move freight and cars around Port Angeles. And this gives us a lot more flexibility in the future when we're able to have a fully directional interchange to do more with downtown, and really turn downtown into that main street, and focusing on a more pedestrian-friendly environment when we're able to push trucks up the truck route, which is what the truck route was for, was to focus the trucks and get the trucks out of downtown. So this project, some details about it, it's a state-funded project, which is really exciting. Some of the first grants I was applying for were federal grants. I will give a few kudos after multiple attempts. Council, you appointed, or you allowed the hiring of a new grant manager. And Nina, this was one of the first grant applications that she applied for in her new position last year. Truthfully, probably when it came out, I was so busy at the time, I probably would not have had time to apply for it. But the fact that we had that new grant manager that you had appointed or allowed the hiring of enables us to apply for more grants, and this is one of those examples. Also, those that are on PRTPO, Thera, she is the one who originally pointed it out to us. She's not there anymore, but a lot of thanks go to her as well of continuing throwing ideas at us because she knew that this was a priority. Also, you mentioned it's in the council packet, but the project is on the council's top 3 legislative priorities for 2025, that briefing paper. So it's an important project. And so the fact that we were able to get recommended by the FMCIP board for funding. This happened last year. That went to the state legislature. The state legislature saw the same thing, that this is a really exciting, high priority project. And so they awarded this $3.125 million in state funding, pretty much full design that we're going to need to be able to design this project, get it to bid ready documents, which will make our seeking construction funding that more feasible when we really have a solid project and know exactly what we want to build, how much it's going to cost, and a timeline, permitting, et cetera, to be able to do it. So my brief summary of the project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was excellent.
Appreciate
I like the tie-in, the big picture. That was all really helpful. Are there questions from council? Lindsay, go ahead.
I move to accept the Freight Mobility Strategic Investment Board 6-year Freight Mobility Strategic Investment Program grant in the amount of $3,125,000, allocate an additional $42,000 in transportation benefit district funds to project TR 1799, and authorize the city manager to execute all grant-related documents necessary, including the local agency agreement, project prospectus, to administer the grant and make minor modifications as necessary.
Second.
All right, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I thank you so much to all the staff who worked on this. This is, a bottleneck in our city design, and all the work we want to do to improve downtown is dependent on improving this intersection a mile or two away. So this is really exciting to see. Thank you so much. It's also great to hear that the work we did in prioritizing our capacity to go out for more grants is bearing fruit. One staff member bringing in a $3 million grant definitely is paying for themselves.
Anyone else? Okay. I will just say similar things, but it's really exciting to be able to get grant money to get that shovel-ready project. I think that's something that we've talked about a lot when we talk about capacity, is other cities have the capacity to have the plan ready so they can go after the construction grants, and we struggle to do that. And so this is a really exciting grant for clearly a project that I think we've talked about every year I've been on council. So great. And obviously it predates us based on your presentation. So thank you to Scott and to you, Jonathan, and I have already forgotten the grant manager name, which is terrible. I apologize, but thank you to her as well. All right, so we have a motion to accept is there anything else? Anyone else? Okay. We have a motion to accept the FMSIB 6-year Freight Mobility Strategic Investment Program grant in the amount of $3,125,000, allocate an additional $42,000 in TBD funds to project TR 1799, and authorize the city manager to execute all grant-related documents necessary, including the local agency agreement, project prospectus, to administer the grant and make minor modifications as necessary. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. And then we have one more, and that is I-8, previously I-8, now J3. And I can't find the front of my agenda to know what page that's on in the consent agenda, but thank you. So I will go, I think, to, Scott Curtin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you mentioned, we're on page E36 of the council packet. So this is the Downtown Street Study Professional Services Agreement, PSA 2025-45, regarding project number TR 0824. We'd like to give staff or council a little bit of history here. The project title actually did change. This was originally the Railroad Avenue one-way study. And back in June 4th of 2024, council actually directed the name change to what it is currently, the Downtown Streets Study. That change was requested unanimously. So a little bit of naming convention history there based on some of the questions that we've got. With that said, regarding the summary, staff is seeking city council approval to award professional services contract PSA 2025-45 to Fair and Piers of Roseville, California, in the not to exceed amount of $50,000, including applicable taxes for the Downtown Street Study. This project is included in the approved 2026 to 2031 capital facilities plan and will study options for modifying downtown street and alley lane directions, number of lanes, and limiting vehicle access. This proposal directly aligns with strategic focus area number 4 regarding infrastructure development, maintenance, and connectivity. As I mentioned earlier, the funding is identified in the approved TIP Transportation Improvement Plan. Recommendation from the administration is number 1, award a professional services agreement PSA-2025-45 to Fair and Piers of Roseville, California, in the not to exceed amount of $50,000, including applicable taxes. And 2, authorize the city manager to execute all contract related documents, to administer the contract, and to make minor modifications as necessary.
All right, a motion or questions? Latricia, go ahead.
Well, questions and concerns before a motion. One of the things that concerns me is the G4A underneath where we talk about policy P4A.05. Consider converting alleyways into attractive pedestrian zones for access to local businesses, encouraging alleyways for use as pedestrian citizen zones. I don't think our current alleyways are good areas for pedestrian zones when we're talking about wanting to create pedestrian areas, pedestrian only areas. Our alleyways, the businesses are not set up for ADA access or people entering their businesses from the alleyways. I don't like having pedestrian zones in alleyways. I think pedestrian zones should be out in front of businesses. And I've often said in council meetings, I think a good pedestrian just foot traffic zone would be between Country Air and the Fountain. I would like to see that the contractor, this contract, have that in there instead of looking at alleyways. I do not think alleyways are good pedestrian zones, especially in our community. We'd have to look at changing out everything, how solid waste is removed. We'd have to consider lighting. And you have a lot of underground parking in some of those back alleyways. I just don't think our alleyways are set up for pedestrian zones. So that's my concern. And I mean, if that's the only one we're looking at for pedestrian zones, and we're not going to consider the First or Laurel or pedestrian zones out there, then I'm going to vote no for this. So that's putting my line in the sand.
All right. Are there other comments or questions? Drew? Sorry, I even put your initials down and then forgot. Go ahead.
That's okay. Again, it's a long day. So a couple of thoughts. First off, I have very strong opinions on a lot of parking, driving, and everything else downtown. But I don't necessarily, my interpretation of this is that's not the point where we're at right this second of what we're going to do with said information, because the flip side of that coin is I will die on the hill that do not put pedestrian only on that section. Half the businesses have no alley access, so we no longer have a way to get to our store. Not to mention the fact that Peninsula Housing has first responders there at least once a week, including paratransit on top of it. So having that area as pedestrian only is a very poor idea. Having said that, again, I don't think that's necessarily the conversation right this second. It's the study itself. So I do know this wasn't in a vacuum. This wasn't a serial meeting. We've already discussed this. It's part of the transportation improvement plan. We had a work session in May. We had a public hearing in June. We've approved it. This dates back to 2024. None of this is inherently new. What I am curious about is, yes, there had been a previous similar type study that's actually 16 years ago now from A&I. That's the downtown Port Angeles and Gateway Corridor reconnecting the community. So I just pulled out what that study was specifically aiming to do. Setting the Vista Natural Systems, sustainable transportation, downtown gateway and gateway corridor, parking, defining downtown and downtown economic development, and urban design and form-based code. That was the purpose of that study. I am in agreement that how much exactly has changed in 16 years. So I'm curious of how this study differs enough, or if we feel that there's enough changes from 2009, having opened in 2010. I don't think there's a lot of differences other than railroad being redone to try and kind of justify doing a new, different focused study.
So that's a great justifiable question. I mean, we're in control of the lens that we want the study done in. You know, I can tell you from some of the things that's come to my attention, you know, just coordinating with folks at the Waterfront District, Crab Fest, for example. You know, we're in a world today where there's certainly larger concerns about protecting pedestrians and people at events from cars driving into crowds and things like that. I don't disagree. I don't think we're necessarily saying that we're going to turn, you know, every alley downtown, you know, into a essentially a walking, you know, a formal walking path. I don't think that's necessarily the intent. I think it's collectively looking at the area. And I'd reference on page E46, just so everyone's aware, there's a map on E46 that kind of highlights the entire area that the study is intended to overly impact. And then I'd guess, you know, I would ask as well, you know, Jonathan happens to be here tonight. Do you have anything you would like to add to that? Or Tim as well, please. Thank you. I'm going to use him to everything I can get out of him tonight.
We picked a good night to be here. So I think both Tim and I have a few comments. So first off, what's the difference between the past study and what's being proposed here? And I would say there's quite a big difference. So what's being proposed here, from my perspective, is the traffic analysis portion of it. So it's actually collecting the traffic data. It's doing the synchro analysis. So we have a clear understanding of how does traffic move downtown, what tweaks can be made, and what are the impacts to movement downtown by making those tweaks. Without having that data, without having the actual traffic counts, the synchro model, it's just someone drafting up, which I love architects, but it's just someone drafting something, but not putting the engineering behind it. And I want to put the engineering behind it so that it doesn't fall down, right? We're building the joint public safety building to withstand a 9.0 earthquake. And it's not just some architects in there drawing the pretty thing. It's also the engineers in there making sure that the structural elements and the foundation and everything is going to support. And so that's how I view this. I view this as, if we're ever going to do anything with downtown, we need to have the data behind it from a traffic engineering perspective. And that's why Fairs and Piers is a good choice, because they're the ones that are right now doing our transportation comp plan element. They know our city well. We've worked with them throughout that comp plan element. And so to have someone that has that expertise to run those synchro models, we don't have that kind of software, you know, in the engineering group. So getting that specialty group in there is really going to help us to be able to answer your questions on what can we do or what can't we do from a traffic perspective. So that's the lens I'll add on kind of on what's happened in the past and what's the value in doing this now. And then I think Tim has some thoughts on alleyways and other things.
Yeah, and I'll address this quickly, which is, you know, the focus of this effort, as Jonathan said, is on the technical side. It's one of the things that we need a consultant to do that the city staff, you know, can't do, right? And so what you're proving in the contract is actually just those technical elements. And so questions about whether those alleys get, you know, considered as pedestrian zones aren't actually in this contract. It's really just the nuts and bolts of the traffic data collection, analysis, and eventual report that will pull together all those details that staff helps to collect from key stakeholders in the downtown area, right? From all the, you know, all the data collection and analysis that's done on alternatives that are identified through that stakeholder engagement. Right. So we don't have specific alternatives identified right now. Why? Because, you know, it's going to take time to gather that data from the stakeholder groups. And what we need to do is have this consultant on board so that when those things are identified, we can study them in detail and bring those alternatives back to y'all for consideration. You know, so sure.
Go ahead, Latricia.
So then is this group the
Peers, yeah.
Are they going to meet with the stakeholder groups as part of this contract, or is that separate in the future?
No, that is a city staff run effort because with the limited funding that we have, and I know $50,000 sounds like a lot of money, but when we're doing technical analyses, those dollars don't go as far as we would like. So what we had to do is prioritize where are we going to use the consultant time and where are we going to end up doing stuff, more with city staff time. And so the city staff are really going to be the ones who are doing that direct connection with the community and with stakeholder groups. And so, as we move forward with this program, I think you'll start to see some of that activity, shape up.
Okay, I guess I'll remove my line out of the sand. Okay.
And I will add that we have had other conversations about having some stakeholders attend that initial kickoff meeting from the downtown area, because that can provide some additional angles and feedback that can be valuable as we collect our information.
That line might be coming. No, just kidding.
All right. I'm going to go to Lindsay and then Drew, if anyone else wants to chime in.
Well, you're making me regret the decision to leave UAC early, but I knew that would happen. So thank you for answering the question about why we're hiring out and not doing this in-house. I really appreciate that. Looking at the map on page E46, it doesn't include the Laurel Street stairs. It doesn't include the Oak Street zigzag. And it doesn't include that alley between First and Second that runs from basically Country Air to the west. I think those should still be considered part of the transportation system in downtown, especially since it looks like Fairs and Piers does a lot of work on multimodal, and the stairs and the zigzag are key pedestrian access points to downtown. I'm not sure if it's too late to add that, but I hope it can be added.
I would comment that we likely, part of the reason behind that is we have separate projects identified in the CFP plan that are addressing those particulars, but we can potentially consider the impacts of that.
I would agree that, I would agree that we've got separate projects in the CFP for each of those. And so it could be added as context for this study, but maybe not necessarily, a separate, a specific effort within this to look at those locations. Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
All right, Drew?
Mine's a fairly simple question. For part of the deliverables, in this form that we have here, it just says traffic data in spreadsheet. Will that actually include types of vehicles? I'd like to know how often first responders, log trucks, freight, that sort of stuff versus sedans and Suburbans.
I can provide, actually, we can provide that now. Thanks to our signal controller project that was recently completed, we're getting a steady stream of traffic data by vehicle type on the First Front corridor. So the traffic data that's being delivered here is for areas that are off of First and Front. And so for railroad, right, in particular, we don't have any of those signalized systems. And so we'll have to collect their traffic data separately.
I would be interested in that information at some random time.
Are there any comments to my left? Okay, I just want to jump in really quickly and say I appreciate all the clarification and appreciate that this project has come forward. I remember in the discussion about capital facilities plan that we actually moved this out of unfunded into funded. So we definitely voted on it before because it was a part of that discussion. And I do think this data, I think about other data sets that we've gone out for that were helpful in for other groups. And I feel like there's the potential too that this data would be useful from the stakeholder perspective in thinking about the work that the Waterfront District is doing. For example, are there things that they're thinking about where this data would be helpful? And I don't know offhand, but I imagine that's probably the case. When I read the motion, I just wanted a really quick clarification because I caught a typo, and so I don't mean to call it out, but are they from Roseville or from Seattle? It's in both
It says both.
Mayor, I'll apologize for that. We did intend to correct that, but they
Okay.
have multiple locations,
Okay, so they're both.
especially in Washington
Yes.
State, and particularly those mentioned in the scope of work are the ones that individuals that are traffic engineers in Washington State that we have worked with in the past.
Okay, so it is correct to say Roseville, that's where they're based, and the answer is to my question is yes. Okay. And we'll go back to Lindsay and then let's move on.
I move to award, we don't have a motion yet, do we?
Very good. Thank you.
I move to award professional service agreement PSA 2025-45 to Fair and Peers in the not to exceed amount of $50,000, including applicable taxes, and authorize city manager to execute all contract related documents to administer the contract and make minor modifications as necessary.
Second.
Look at that. You made it not even matter by the way you read it. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, so I get to read it again. We have a motion to award a professional services agreement, PSA 2025-45 to Fair and Peers in the not to exceed amount of $50,000, including applicable taxes, and authorize the city manager to execute all contract related documents to administer the contract and to make minor modifications as necessary. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, thank you very, oh, they're back in their seats. Thank you very much. Thank you, Scott. All right, that brings us to council reports. And I'll start with Latricia.
I had 2 MRC meetings. One was a subcommittee meeting on policy and advocacy. And then we had an MRC meeting last night. Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary. I'm sorry, it's just a little sticker. There's some really great posters, so I encourage everybody to please go down and visit Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary. Check out their new posters. Maybe get yourself a sticker for your water bottle. Okay, and so it was a great meeting. We talked about projects that we're doing, Olympia Oysters, Pinto Abalone. We have Stream Fest coming up this weekend down at the waterfront. And I would say the name in Sklallam, but I'm not very good at pronouncing Pebble Beach name in Sklallam. But so Stream Fest this weekend, this Saturday, and the Clallam County MRC will be hosting a booth down there. And then also later in the month, I think it's the 26th. Let me just check, make sure that's a weekend. It's a Friday. The 26th is a Friday Dungeness River Festival out at the Dungeness Railroad, Dungeness Nature Center. Again, Clallam County MRC will be hosting a booth out there. So if you have time, it's between 10 and I think it goes till 2. So please attend if you can. I also want to take an opportunity right now to say thank you to our IT department, because today is National IT Day. And just as we do recognize secretaries and other people on their National Day, today is their day. And sorry, it's 9:00 in the evening time. And that we're finally recognizing you tonight so late. Thank you, IT, for the city of Port Angeles for everything that you do for us. And that's it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Latricia. And I will quickly just say yes, thank you to IT. Drew, go ahead.
Yes, so apparently I've done a lot of stuff since our last council chamber meeting. A couple Thursdays ago, I was able to do a police ride-along with our deputy chief. He did call it the curse of a ride-along. It was a relatively benign day, which I told him that's actually a good thing. I'm perfectly okay with that. And so that was fun to be able to chit-chat with him, find out some of the potential concerns or desires of, at least from his point of view, the PAPD. It did give us an opportunity to also go to our local border patrol station. And so I was able to get a tour while I was there. I don't want to extend a general invitation to the public because I don't know if they have that. There is a general invitation to at least council members to go and visit our Border Patrol station. Just a couple of random tidbits that I found particularly interesting for our station anyway is in 5 years that he's been there, there's only been 2 arrests associated with our station, and those were the Bear Gulch arrests. That's it. Those are the only 2 times they've had to that they've arrested anybody. And then the holding facilities, the 4 cells that we have are so underutilized. One they use to store random crap in because no one uses it for anything. So I found that actually kind of interesting. And I'm hoping that Bureau of Land Management someday puts out a press release of the other side of the story about Bear Gulch and a lot of the stuff that went on there, because there's also criminal investigation associated with that. So there is much more to the story, but unfortunately, Border Patrol does not put out press releases other than what they're actively doing and not what other departments are doing. With that, crammed into that day, we did have an interview for LTAC for a open position on that Thursday as well as the following Friday. I'm pretty sure that's one that we've already sent. Yeah, as a recommendation, we've had a lot of interviews. We had 3 interviews today for the ad hoc committee for other open positions that we have. Several of us were able to attend John Hamilton's swearing in, and so that was a lot of fun. And then last Thursday, I did have an Olympic Peninsula Tourism Commission meeting as well that I was able to attend virtually. And last reminder for council member and the few remaining staff we have, the city staff barbecue is tomorrow. And those of us who live basically on Pine Street, I assume will be there at some point, because otherwise shame on me for living across the street and not going. That is everything I have.
Thank you, Drew. Lindsay?
Yeah, no report today. Thank you.
Nabara?
Well, I had lodging tax last week, and we did have a new member, and it's always lovely to welcome new folks to the committee, and recognizing that when you're voting on applications for things, it's a supremely weird time to have your first meeting, but really glad to have that seat filled, and I'm excited to have Sarah Olson on board with us. Additionally, that meeting was largely spent having a review of applications for our destination marketing contract, which is obviously not on today's packet. It will be on one of the October packets. The sneak preview of what that's going to be is that that committee has voted to recommend a local entity to fulfill that contract, which I am very excited about. I think it's a really interesting and exciting opportunity. I think I mentioned it last meeting, but we had folks apply for that. We had like over 15 different people or organizations apply for to fulfill that marketing contract. The committee scores them. We narrowed it down to the top 4. We interviewed them. It took, kind of a long time, but I think it was really valuable. There were people who applied as far away as Florida, and North Carolina and, Arizona and what have you. And so it was, I think, again, really eye-opening to see how Port Angeles sort of fits into the national scale of tourism and sort of national level. But I am also very excited to be able to, put, our dollars back into the community and remain local. So I'm excited about that and excited for that to come to council. The other thing I wanted to share about lodging tax for, again, the few remaining folks here in person and whoever is watching in the future or online is that this Friday, Ben has done a really excellent job doing a lot of community outreach to any potential applicant for lodging tax. And those applications, so if somebody wants to apply for lodging tax funding, those applications come out on Friday. And Ben is also hosting a, applicant Q&A with a short presentation. Well, I don't know how short it's going to be, but a presentation to help anybody go through the requirements and ability to apply. So that's on Friday, and it will also be recorded. And so, we just always encourage anybody who's going to apply to attend that kind of stuff and then be able to reach out to Ben and the team if there are any questions. We did, council might remember, some substantial work earlier in the year to revise our application procedures, hopefully to streamline them. But there might be some new things, even for our applicants who are long-standing users of that fund.
Thank you, Navarra. Amy.
Thank you. Most of my report is going to be about money. So I am a member of the Homelessness Task Force, and you may remember that several weeks ago, we got together and made really difficult decisions because we had like a third of the money that was being requested. That may be hyperbolic, but we didn't have the money that was being requested. Well, we had a very unusual thing happen, and Commerce gave us money to backfill some of the documentation fees. I don't know all the politics behind that, but we got money and we were able to go back and fully fund the folks that had requested money. So that was a good feeling. Yeah, thank you. I don't attend that as a member of council, but the Behavioral Health Advisory Board is also releasing their funding, and that can be, I think it's also on Friday. The applications come out to apply for that money. I went to UAC where I got to see this presentation. I think that might be it. Thanks.
Thank you, Amy. John.
I don't really have much to report, but I want to take the opportunity just to communicate how grateful I am for this opportunity to serve in this capacity for the city. And I'm looking forward to working with the staff, the fellow council members, and members of our community to solve problems and make this place a better place. So obviously I'll keep this short, but I'm just excited to learn, listen, and contribute however I can. So
you'll be volunteering for every ad hoc committee from here until January.
Excellent. Thank you. Glad you're here. I attended UAC and filled in for Clallam Transit and will again tomorrow. Nice to be back there. I was on Clallam Transit my first 2 years on the board. And so it's nice to still be an alternate and go hear about the cool things they're doing. Really a lot of progress. I think it's taken a while, but I feel like they're really right at the place where we were hoping. Lindsay and I spent a lot of time talking about. We spent some time in a strategic planning session talking about how they should change the routes, and the woman who was leading our strategic plan came over and said, "That's not your job. Your job is to set the standard. What's the frequency, that sort of thing, and then the general manager and the staff decide that." So it was a good lesson in literally staying in our lane since we were talking about buses. So it's fun to see the progress and that they're getting close to the kind of stuff that Lindsay and I were talking about at that strategic planning session of like things that if it was our decision that we would have made, and they're getting close to that. So it's cool to see. The only other thing I wanted to say is a thank you to Parks. I have a kid who plays football for the high school, and Civic Field looks great. It's a cool, like, extra. It's probably been there for a while, but I just really noticed it this year. Like, it's not just the hash lines and the numbers. It's got a nice riders in the end zone and an R in the middle of the field. And it looks,
it's just like takes it up a notch. And I think it's cool for those kids, a lot of them who played Future Riders growing up, and at least for my kid who like now I'm here and I get to play at the high school, which is sort of the goal all along. And so so it's just a nice little extra. So thank you to the Parks Department. And I'll go to Nathan.
Mayor and Council, one short update, and that is next week, Tuesday, the 23rd of September, we will have a work session to discuss the comprehensive plan from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Council, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That brings us to our second public comment period. If you are joining us virtually and wish to speak, please raise your hand if you're in the WebEx. And if you are call-in user, *3. And we will go ahead. We have some folks in council chambers. John, go ahead. And just a reminder, if you're new, name and whether or not you're a resident. And if you're in council chambers, the clock will be timed for you. And if you're online, I will keep track for you. Thank you. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, hi, John Ralston, City of Port Angeles resident. Got a few things I'm going to comment on. Of course, I'm concerned about the A Street project for the CSO, in particular, all the curb cuts, or maybe curb cuts and maybe sidewalks out in the middle of nowhere. And we had a discussion today about sidewalks, and there are some indications of what costs can be. So now in the back of your mind, you might know what a $2 million project might be, and then if you add all those things. And then I combine it with something I didn't bring up last week tied to A Street on this surveying services that was approved. It was another 60 grand for surveying services to Wengler. And the vast majority of that 60 grand was for A Street. And I don't know how you can, tie it to sidewalks, curb cuts, et cetera. I'm going to write to Timothy, thank you, about the synchronization of lights on first and front and the corners and the arrows, et cetera. We'll see if we can get that straightened away. I'm sure we can. I talk about roundabouts, 9 of them, $2 million. That's about $200,000 a piece. I'm going to guess you can do all 9 proposed roundabouts for probably $10,000 to $15,000 to $20,000 a piece. I gave you examples of 2 four-way stops that are relatively 8th and C and 8th and I. A lot of traffic, and those stop signs work great. I forgot about one, and it is even newer. It's at the Race and Park Avenue. Used to be a 2-way stop. Franklin School, pathway to college, pathway going back and forth to the park. It works great. We don't need roundabouts. Roundabouts serve their purpose. We don't need them. Lindsay, thanks for your token vote tonight. I realize you do support 911 systems and emergency management systems. My prediction was wrong, and I fully admit that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Gail, go ahead.
Approach.
This is your time to shine, John.
All set. Hi, Council. Gail Bronner, resident of Port Angeles. I'd like to start by asking a question. Which weapon do you think would be more dangerous to human beings? An egg or a large pickup truck? At the last council meeting, I presented documentation of a growing gang of counter-protesters in Clallam County and the deliberate illegal acts they plan and carry out at pro-democracy demonstrations. Sorry. I asked Mayor Dexter to make the documentation I gave her available to council. I hope you all got it. I filed a police report about seeing and experiencing reckless driving. The gross misdemeanor crime of reckless driving is listed as a warrantless crime. I wanted a case number to ensure an investigation so that these gang members are held accountable and face legal consequences. I ordered public records about the above conversation with the officer. In this incident report, my name is misspelled. As you can see on page 2 of the public records incident report, I got it for you on the back. Officer Brady is not listed as a reporting officer who called me. Corporal Donna wrote this narrative, though I had never had contact with him. My concerns are the gross misdemeanor crime of reckless driving and the ability of law enforcement to administer a warrantless arrest are not mentioned in this incident report. The refusal of a case number, which means an investigation, thus the ability and incentive to present all of the facts and hold the counter-protesters accountable, are also not listed. Thus, Corporal Ordana wrote an incomplete and inaccurate incident report by omitting significant information, hindering an investigation. As it now stands, it's not an acceptable incident report for public record. I asked the City Council and City Management to have the incident report revised and resubmitted for public record to include all of the relevant and correct information and to provide to me this new report. I asked that all documentation I presented to be sent to the prosecuting attorney, sorry about that, and to show that my police report and eyewitness account of the reckless driving needs to have a case number recorded. The illegal acts are perpetrated against demonstrators are also needed to be addressed. And then I'd like to have to provide justification for a decision in writing if this is not going to be done. And the last thing is that, you know, the police department, you guys, the city, are responsible if anything happens to a demonstrator. And I hold you to that account.
Thank you, Gail. Next, go ahead and come on up.
Hello, my name is Tracy Abel. I live in Port Angeles. I appreciate the council's request that to get information on how Homeland Security operates in our community. So thank you for that. Reading it, one thing immediately jumped out. The report states that Border Patrol works with OPNET, which is focused on drug trafficking. And it goes on to say that OPNET's mission also includes the arrest of violent fugitives. Violent fugitives. This is the kind of inflammatory language utilized by the Trump administration to give Homeland Security cover for all the violence they're inflicting in their mission to purge this country of brown people. They want us to believe the people they're kidnapping off the streets are violent criminals. But that's fear-mongering and propaganda. Data from ICE shows that 70% of those snatched by masked men did not have criminal records. To be clear, I'm opposed to deportation, period, and I'm only highlighting this to show that we, the people, have absolutely no reason to believe any statements from Homeland Security, which also includes Border Patrol. Another bit of language in the report caught my eye. The PAPD states that its collaboration with Homeland Security agencies supports the strategic plan, which includes the directive to, quote, improve public safety and peace of mind in our community while promoting policies that create efficient practices, end quote. Peace of mind in our community. The community is on edge with the knowledge that at any moment, a neighbor or coworker could be snatched and disappeared. The city's collaboration with Border Patrol absolutely does not induce peace of mind. And that last bit in the directive about promoting policies that create efficient practices, Border Patrol was part of the Bear Gulch fire raid in which active firefighters were unable to work because they were being questioned for hours before 2 of them were abducted by Border Patrol. That policy is the absolute opposite of an efficient practice. We are being gaslit on a national level. Up is down, war is peace, violence is safety. We're being propagandized at every turn. please do everything in your power to protect our neighbors from the overreach of the authoritarians, because we do not have peace of mind.
Thank you. Mr. Barbieri, we have one hand online, so after you, we'll go online.
Okay, all right. Barbieri, I'm a city resident. Yeah. It's been a very interesting meeting so far. There's still some concerns about how we deal with homeland security and all that, and that's obviously going to be an ongoing project. And I thank you for that. And I do deduce that there may be repercussions for standing up to the Washington D.C. And I want to be as much of a support for this community in that regard as is practical. The thing I'm dealing with now is I'm going through another medication change, and I want to see how that shifts out before I do anything major. So hopefully that'll be free and clear before the end of October. And with that, I'll be looking towards coordinating more with the college. I started making some moves there this summer, and once things get stabilized at home, I'm planning to see if I can solidify that. And that's where this work right here. Some of you might remember when I brought some notes and then a couple of sheets of paper, and it was given back to me. And the person who gave it back to me told me that it was given back to me because it might be important. Well, this is obviously more than 2 sheets of paper. This is the real thing, and yeah, looks kind of funky. But this by itself might be worth 10 cents at a garage sale. But what the worst of it is, to me at least, is the fact that they're able to build a wall. Other structures they try to build really tore themselves apart in the process of building them. This is profoundly imperfect. It's put together with bamboo and masking tape. And by itself, as a design, not worth patenting. What could be derived from it? That's what's got me excited. I've already shown this to several people, my writing group, my critical discussion group, and even the board of directors for the senior center. So I'm going to keep it for a while. I call it my door knocker because it's the first thing that really come out of my science and science fiction group that might have real world applications. So I'm kind of excited about that. So we'll see what happens next, okay? Keep you posted.
Thank you. All right. We have 2 hands online. So let me get my timer ready, and we'll start with Susie Blake, and I'll make sure I can hear you.
Hello.
Good evening. It's definitely not afternoon. Good evening. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Susie Blake, Port Angeles resident. Thank you, everyone. That's obviously a late night for you. I finished a late night at work, walked home, ate my dinner, went for my evening walk, and just got back all while listening to you. Lindsay, thank you for including the zigzag at Oak Street and the stairs at Laurel. It's insane to me that it's left out of the downtown pedestrian study of any sort. I've talked to people in various positions at the city about the zigzag since I've lived here, and at this point, I can only think that you don't really care about the elderly and disabled. And I would implore you to work on getting it on a regular maintenance schedule before the new PBH facility opens. And I would ask you to have some law enforcement emphasis there in the evenings, especially on the weekends. It's a frequent place for people to hide under and use narcotics. Drew, thank you for bringing up that there's more to the story, and I don't mean to downplay anyone's concerns. I lived most of my life in Texas. I've seen people snatched up off the streets all my life. When I lived there, it happens. The DEA can also come in, or the FBI, and I know from personal experience with my relative, the FBI has charges on you. You won't know where they are or what's happened to them for days. And thank you, Chief Smith, for your words this evening. I would just urge everyone to not throw out the baby with the bathwater when it comes to federal enforcement, and to read up on the recent DEA Sinaloa cartel bust that happened in Western Washington. And please don't kid yourselves and think that they haven't been here too. Since that bust happened, I've seen the change when the different drug supply has hit town and behaviors, a marked increase of people just having mental health meltdowns or drug-induced or withdrawal meltdowns on the street. That it hit about the time that the drug supply probably changed after that major bust. They got enough drugs, they said, that could have taken out the entire population of the Seattle Tacoma area with overdoses. So thank you, Chief Smith. Thank you, OpNet. And that's all I have tonight. Good night.
Okay, thank you. All right. And last but not least, Ellen Minshew. I'll make sure I can hear you first. All right, Ellen must be having trouble unmuting. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Oh,
We can hear you now.
Perfect.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Ellen Minshew, and I live in the county, but I spend a lot of time in the city. And I've lived here for 34 years now. And I want to thank the Port Angeles City Council for their support of this Joint Emergency Operations Center. I think I echo everyone's comments that it's been a long time coming, and it does address your support of law enforcement. And with that, I'm going to lead into this issue that many of us are concerned about in our community, and others have spoke so articulately this evening about masked and unidentified agents potentially coming into our community and taking some of the residents who live and work here, who may not be citizens, but they are working and contributing to our society. And I was happy to see folks who showed up from the Forks community online earlier to comment about that, because this community in particular has the highest population of immigrants in our county, and they can speak personally to the fact of the contributions that those folks make. And whether they live in the county or come through the city to shop, I think it's important that we deal with this threat and intimidation and fear that has been instilled in so many folks. And I would really echo what I said last week or 2 weeks ago and encourage this city council, and I'm encouraging the the Board of County Commissioners to make sure that you post signs as an effort to reinforce with the community that you support the same feelings that we have, that anyone entering city property, attempting to serve a warrant or purported to be an ICE agent must be unmasked, must identify themselves, and must show the credible warrant to whomever is asking. I think that will just go a long way in building more public relations, and it's really what is needed and what people are asking for. And we're speaking for the people who cannot be here to speak for themselves. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellen. All right, I don't have any more hands online, so thank you all, and we are adjourned. Have a good evening. What's left of it.